All right, welcome everybody. Welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. So let's start with roll call. Veronica?
Councilmember Walter,
Aye. Present.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye. Or present.
Councilmember Flynn,
Present.
Vice Mayor Hefty,
Present.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. All right, so the first thing on the agenda is presentations and proclamation. And our first proclamation is for Ethan Radford and his appointment to the United States Naval Academy. So unfortunately, or fortunately for him, but unfortunately for us, Ethan is on his way to the Naval Academy, so he cannot be here this evening. But we have siblings here that are going to basically accept it on his behalf. So we have a beautiful proclamation. And normally what we do with these is we ask you to come up and the council comes up and we all take a big picture and then we'll send you the picture and then you can tell Ethan like you have a proclamation and he'll come back at Christmas or something, you can give it to him. So, okay, so why don't we all just stand up here and.
Did you confirm that that it is class of 2026?
Classic.
Oh,
No, we just, we usually.
So, yeah, it's just Mary.
Maybe I can just say, as we're sitting down,
Sure.
how it came to be that we did this proclamation. Council?
Sure.
I happened to go to Sam Licardo's presentation of his candidates at the Moffett Field because we were discussing the safety element and whether we actually had, and it was in our own response hangar. So I got to see where our response team is, which I thought was very interesting. And then by God, there we had our own person who got acknowledged with their very own name. And I was so excited to have a real reason and a real representative. So thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Gave me a reason to go.
All right, so with that, let's move on to 3B, which is a presentation from the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District.
We even have electricity here.
Wherever you like, where are you comfortable? Either place.
I
Wherever.
can see the screen from here. Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'm Brian Weber. I'm the district manager at San Mateo County Mosquito Control. I just want to thank the council for honoring Mosquito Control Awareness Week with us. We really appreciate it. No problem.
I can't.
I have to say, getting into the Naval Academy is not easy. That was a really impressive feat. So,
It was certainly an impressive ceremony too. It was fun.
oh, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. Who knew that California could do that kind of stuff?
Okay. So do I just say next slide? Okay, we'll go to the next slide. So I only have 5 slides. Real quickly, I think one of the important things about us coming and talking to you all is, so you're aware of our services. I was just telling your board representative, Robert, that I think one of the biggest things that we're always trying to do at these type of events and all of our outreach efforts is just understand that the public knows we exist. That's number one, and that they can call us for any one of these services. That's one of the most important things. We're the experts in the county, and we want your residents to reach out to us. So I'm going to go down this list and just briefly describe how we deploy these services. So mosquito control, believe it or not, we're one of the oldest organized mosquito control districts in the country. So we've been operating for about almost 120 years. And it started when people wanted, of course, to develop the peninsula, and they hired a professor from Berkeley who came over and came up with an integrated program to treat the mosquito larvae in what was the salt marsh. So I think the biggest thing is to have the council aware is we do in-house testing of mosquitoes for West Nile virus. That is the only virus currently of concern in the Bay Area. There, not too long ago, there was a lot talked about of dengue and Zika virus, things like that, that were in the media. But as it currently stands, we do not have those mosquitoes in San Mateo County. Long story, we had them back in 2015, but we were able to gain eradication status. However, those mosquitoes, invasive species called Aedes aegypti, they are in Santa Clara County and some of our surrounding counties. They do a great job at living and proliferating around people. So we would expect that they're going to be back sometime soon. Mosquito fish. So we breed mosquito fish on site. We have a rearing facility. Our mosquito fish, they only go into man-made containers, but residents can call us. They can either stop by the district and pick up a bag of fish like you would with a goldfish at a pet store, or they can call the district, and our response time is always 1 business day. I've been there over 20 years. I can't think of a time where we weren't able to respond in 1 business day. So they can call, we can drop the mosquito fish into those man-made containers, ornamental ponds. Sometimes people have wine barrels with a little fountain. So they can tell us the size of the feature. And we even will, some homeowners, they're not able to take care of their swimming pool anymore. We'll also put fish into the swimming pool, and they reproduce on their own and they eat all the mosquito larvae. It avoids us having to use control products. So insect and tick ID, residents, anyone can bring an insect or email an insect, no matter what type, to the district, and we'll identify it for them. If it's an insect of public health significance, then we'll come out to the resident's home and do an inspection and advise them on how to get rid of those insects. We're not going to do the control work like as we would mosquito control. However, we'll advise them, often give them a report if it's rodent or raccoon, skunk related, and they can take that roadmap to a pest control operator or even do the work themselves that they need to do. Most of our residents in San Mateo County hire a pest control operator, but in the instance of, say, our rodent inspections, we advise the homeowners on our biggest thing is there are rodents in San Mateo County. There are always going to be. Our only concern is when they're getting into your living space. And so what our staff does is they go out and they recommend areas in your home that you need to fix or shore up, put a new screen on. We'll give, just like with the insect ID, we'll give a roadmap on what to fix to keep rodents out of your house permanently. If they want to call a pest control operator following that, we'll actually come out and inspect the pest control operator's work to make sure that they did an appropriate job. Sometimes we'll even work with the pest control operator. Sometimes they don't love that, but we'll ensure that they did an appropriate job. And, everything we recommend does not involve the use of rodenticides. Yellow jacket control, you'll see on the next slide that of the service calls we get in Portola Valley, the biggest ones we get is for yellow jacket control. So Yellow jackets, 99% of the control work we do are the ground nesting yellow jackets. And I know you all have them here. You probably have the little traps up. But if you know where the hole is in the ground, then we'll come out and we'll either, depending on the situation, we'll either put a treatment in the ground or we'll dig it up and remove it altogether. Community education, I spoke a little bit about that. And in a moment, I'll talk about our open house. It's occurring this Saturday. And disease surveillance. So I talked about, we do have a laboratory that can do in-house testing for West Nile virus. We also test for Lyme disease. And of the ticks we collect in San Mateo County, the Lyme disease prevalence is about 1 to 3%. Okay. And just briefly, there was a note at the bottom that obviously we were paid for by taxes, but there is no additional charge for us to come out. So, you know, there are houses we've been to 10 times in a year. So we always tell, if you have one of these problems, please call us. So thank you. Next slide. So this is 2025 snapshot for Portola Valley. And considering, so we have, we're approaching 200 service requests. And what these numbers tell me, considering there are only 45, approximately 4,500 residents, is that the town residents are well educated and aware of our services. And we always know we'd be doing better. But so we had 177 service requests. You can see 100 of those were just for yellow jackets, as I spoke about. 51 for rodent requests. So, mosquito service requests are pretty small. So as you can tell in this, in your town anyway, the bigger issues are people calling them out rodents. And I know you all have done a lot of work with how you approach rodent control in the town. And so maybe some of that also prompted people to call us and look at alternative approaches instead of putting bait out. That could also be happening. But site inspections, those are water. So our staff uses a geospatial database. Site inspections are associated with water sources that we know have already produced mosquitoes in the past. We keep those in a database till they're gone or dried out or removed. So it could be anything from an impounded area, like a willow forest that is seasonal, or a bucket in a resident's backyard. So that's the spectrum of everything that we'll inspect and work with the homeowner on remove. But in 2025, our technician visited 839 properties in Portola Valley. And one of the positive things, no West Nile virus positive. Next slide. Okay, and as I said, the biggest reason that we're here and in any way that the town can help out is just getting residents to call us if they're getting mosquito bites. Once we know someone has received a mosquito bite, we come out to the property and we'll talk to the neighboring residents. What we're doing is looking for the water source and trying to eliminate it. So that's exactly what we do. Our technicians take the time, inspect the neighboring properties, and work with the homeowners to either eliminate the standing water or treat it. Next slide. And again, I already mentioned a lot of this, but reporting dead birds is big. One of the ways that we are, that we identify West Nile virus in an area is when someone calls in a dead bird. And what we'll often do, we'll test the dead bird if it's appropriate for testing in-house. If it's positive for West Nile virus, we'll come out and set traps in that area overnight, collect those mosquitoes and test them for West Nile virus. If those mosquitoes are positive for West Nile virus, that's when we have to determine whether we would do an adult treatment. We haven't done one in over 5 years, but it does happen. And what that would mean is there's adult mosquitoes flying around with active virus. If they bit someone, they could transmit that disease. I talked about people dumping standing water. That's a list of, breeding sites that we find on residential property. Next slide. And I talked about our open house. I think anyone who comes out would be pleasantly surprised, believe it or not. I know probably doesn't sound like the most exciting thing to do is come to a mosquito district, but we have a lot of cool equipment that we use. And we have our laboratory. We have a lot of different insect collections from around the world. And all of our staff are really engaged and happy to educate residents on anything I spoke about today. So that's actually this weekend on the 27th from 12 to 4. And we used to have it during the week. We moved it to the weekend to try and get more people to come. So come visit our open house. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Was there any questions?
Thank you, Brian. Questions for
I
Brian?
have questions. I always love my favorite organization, by the way. This is the closest I get to what I want in this town, which is the One Health organization to dominate, which is that the community lives by the health of the environment and the environment lives by the health of the people. So, and that's a CDC project. And this is a great organization. My two things with you guys is, I thought you were just doing mosquitoes for the first 20 years I dealt with you. And then you gave up my favorite job, which was that you cleaned the creeks for us.
That's right.
So every year I remind you that if we don't clean the creeks, we're still gonna get flooding, and we're gonna get mosquitoes, and we're gonna get winter mosquitoes. So keep hoping you'll put that back on. No hope. Any hope? Will you help us again with the?
Yeah, with the creeks, anything we can do like that, we're happy to work with any city, any town. Staff, like I said, are really engaged. And if there's
We
something,
were pretty much told last year, that there was no creek happening because of Fish and Game.
oh, well, yeah. So within our abilities, right? So I know depending on what exactly the work is, you might need a stream bed alteration permit. There's a fine line sometimes with that, but I could always talk to
Okay,
the manager.
I'll call you. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Helen.
So thank you for the presentation. I've heard of you guys, but I didn't know is everything that you've done. So this is great to know about ticks. Do you guys do anything around, it didn't say anything, so this is just a question. Like, I've been seeing more rattlesnake issues. So I know this is more vector, but pest management, right? Because people have been I'm definitely seeing more posts about rattlers. So
Yeah. So if somebody called about rattlesnakes, we could certainly advise them, but no, there's no control work that's done. I do know there are paid services in the county that you can have. If you have them on your private property and you want them removed, you can actually pay someone to do that. I think it's somewhere in the vicinity of $300 to $500, but anything that's a nuisance to residents of the county, we're always happy to work with them. And, we've been on kitten calls under a building, and sometimes when there's, the residents have nobody to call, we're happy to at least come out, show our face, and try and work with them, whether it's exactly in our wheelhouse or not.
great, thank you. Okay. And then the last one would be, it's a little beyond, but because of the rodent situation, to helping the owl population, to help with owl boxes. Have you guys done anything around that?
I did years ago. I know that there was I presented at something a few years ago. So we've done outreach. Maybe it was in Woodside, but that was talking about the owl boxes. And I had presented on rodent control without the use of rodenticide. So we do often talk about that. I know that owl boxes can be successful, but they're really hit or miss. We have worked with the Boy Scouts on that before, where they put up a bunch in Hillsborough and different things like that. But certainly our staff are educated on raptors and, educate homeowners on their success with rodent control. And obviously they can't control rodents to a population level, but as I spoke about earlier, when we're talking about rodents in a household, usually that has nothing to do, getting them out of that household isn't going to impact any raptors.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for what you're doing.
Sure. Thank you.
Other questions for Brian?
Yeah, I do. For areas that have like a seasonal pond that's just sort of dead, the end of winter, it's sitting there and it'll dry out eventually. Do you come out and put the fish in or mosquito dunks or something or?
Yeah, so we do have, and quite often it's necessary, that's a perfect example where if we know something's going to dry out, we're not going to put mosquito fish in there. But we do have a variety of biorational products that when you're treating mosquito larvae, they only kill the mosquito larvae. They don't even kill the other aquatic invertebrants in the water column. So that's why it's always important for people to call us. You would think, mosquito control can be complex and every situation is completely different. So that's why we always recommend someone coming out, evaluating it. And we're going to resolve the problem one way or another and working with them.
And if you put mosquito fish in a swimming pool that's no longer kind of in use.
Yeah.
Do you need to feed the fish?
No.
So what
In
are
fact,
they?
we recommend not to feed the fish so that they continue to eat the larva and they reproduce rapidly. I can say that there are some swimming pools where we only put 20 fish. And by the end of the summer, there were 1,000 fish in there. So they reproduce rapidly and they'll control their own population. So you don't have to feed them. Depending on how much food is available, their population stays about that size, but we recommend not to.
And a rain tank, do you recommend a fish or the dunks?
In what was
A
that?
rain
It's
tank.
rain barrel?
Rain tank, like a 3,000 gallon
Oh,
rain
like a
tank.
3,000 gallon tank. So the fish do need access,
Sunlight.
to sunlight, right? So in that instance, we would recommend the dunks.
Oh, and you had said that 1 to 3% of the ticks do have Lyme disease. Is that in specific areas you've found, or is it completely random, or?
Yeah, so I don't know. So we do what's called tick dragging. It's just as it sounds, where you have a piece of felt and you drag it along all the public trails around here, pick the ticks off, and then we test them. So those numbers do vary, but generally, if we had a really high number, we would notify that community. However, we haven't noticed it. We've been testing for a long time now. So we don't always get to every trail every year. It might be every third year, but I can't stand here and say that there was a abnormally high number in Pacifica or Portola Valley, it's usually just always right around in that range.
And then in terms of biting bugs besides mosquitoes, do you have any recommendations for that?
Yeah, I mean, there are always repellents that we recommend, and depending on the repellent and the situation, there are only a few products that are recommended by the EPA. So it's picaridin and DEET. And so obviously with the higher percentage of that material, the more effective it is. However, we often just recommend you put that on your clothes. Wearing long sleeves and long pants is always going to be best in areas where you have biting insects, especially of public health significance. But yeah, with mosquitoes, if you add that additional layer of repellent, even with ticks, a lot of those products can repel ticks as well. So I know there are some biting flies, not to a great degree in the county, but sometimes here that could be a concern as well. Yeah.
I just want to thank you. Is it my turn?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I just want to thank you. I think it's one of the higher value, lower profile services that our government provides. So I do encourage the public to think about availing itself of education and consultation. So thank you.
Thanks.
So, and I had two quick questions. Something like glassy wing sharpshooter, is that something you guys go after, or is that ag department?
That's the ag department.
Okay, yeah, I thought it might be. And then just because you piqued my curiosity, what happens when you have adult mosquitoes that have West Nile? Like, are you going to then, fog the area, or what do you do?
Yeah, so every situation's different. We always say we want a minimum of 2 pieces of scientific information to confirm the result. So we have fogged before. As I said, the last time we did was 5 years ago. But, in accordance with the, state health department guidelines, it is still the only way to control adult mosquitoes actively carrying virus, right? So we have that extremely proactive larviciding program because you can use those biorational products. We have a database with over 10,000 water sources that we inspect on a regular basis to ensure we're controlling mosquitoes at the larval stage. But yes, there are instances where we would fog, and that is because we've determined that the risk to the public is too great that we would have to do.
Great, thank you. Yes.
Sorry, but I have to follow up on that. Can I ask whether you have anything to do with the fogging at Jasper Ridge? Because nobody asked the question. We're currently, I've been notified that we're fogging Jasper Ridge. Have they had West Nile that they reported, or?
So Jasper Ridge, what that actually is, it's not a fogging. It's using the biorational larvicides that I've talked about
Okay.
being applied by a drone. It used to be applied by helicopter. I think this is going on the 23rd year that this type of application has occurred. But there is, as you know, there are areas up there large, inaccessible to our technicians, and it's such a great area, it requires aerial application. So we have in the past 3-4 years transitioned to drone use. It's less disruptive, but yeah, it's just applying the same product that we would put in someone's backyard fish pond or anywhere else. It's just on a greater scale.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
No worries. So I just wanted to say thank you. This has been very informative. And hopefully we'll get some of this information in our next newsletter that we send out to everybody in the town.
Yep.
So Brian, thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you.
All right. With that, I'm going to close 3B
Thank you.
and move on to 3C. Yeah, sure. We always do that. Thank you for the reminder.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we have to. Come on.
How about you can do it?
Come on, come on.
No.
One, two, three, mosquito.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so now we'll move on to a presentation from PG&E. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm thrilled to be back in the hometown of Portola Valley. I am Marjorie Ruiz Hidalgo. I remain your Senior Local Government Affairs Representative for PG&E, serving the county of. May I just say I'm thrilled to be talking about safety today. So that being said, every meeting at PG&E starts with a safety message, and tonight should be no different. So I am sure that everyone woke up this morning or you would have been awake before, to hear your cell phones buzzing from USGS's earthquake alert. And so in that spirit, an emergency is not the best time to be prepared. And so I'd love to remind the public that being prepared is critical, and a disaster supply kit with food, water, medications, emergency contacts can make a real difference when it matters most. If you need any ideas, tips, learn more at pgne.com/safety action center. Please. It's okay. So our agenda for the night, where we're going. So we're going to learn about identifying and reducing wildfire risk. We're going to learn about enhanced power line safety settings, known internally as EPSS. PG&E has all of the acronyms, and then we'll take questions at the end. So to kick us off, let's discuss how we identify and reduce wildfire risk. As you can see from this map, more than half of our service area is considered high fire risk. So for PG&E, that means We are laser focused on safety for our customers and communities. We use this map to help target our wildfire safety efforts in the areas that need them most. And so with that context, I'll walk you through the layers of wildfire protection that we use, which are designed to reduce said risk and protect our customers. Slide, please. Thank you. So these are layers of wildfire protection. Last time I was here, I introduced the PG&E reported app and mentioned our safety toolkit, which includes cameras, drones, helicopters, and foot patrols. But today I want to expand further on this topic. Each year, we evaluate wildfire risk and conduct safety work in these areas. And so this safety work includes, as you can see, situational awareness, operational mitigations, resiliency work, and these are the guiding philosophies that help us do our work. So for example, situational awareness tools like meteorology, we have an in-house meteorology team, 24/7, release weather reports 3 times a day. And these are the models that PG&E relies on when planning resiliency work, wildfire safety, EPSS settings. During storm season, we will use these models to help inform us where we're going to pre-stage crews, equipment, anything to cut down that response time and have everyone in position should anything arise. Now, our long-term resiliency work includes installing stronger poles, covered power lines, as well as the undergrounding in the highest priority power lines. Undergrounding, it's a mouthful to get through these. Undergrounding in high fire threat districts. So that's something else that we do as far as resiliency work. We also manage, you'll see our arborists in your neighborhoods. I imagine you've been seeing them here in Portola Valley. We manage our trees, vegetation, anything located near our power lines to help prevent outages and wildfires. We also conduct additional inspections and we maintain greater clearances in those areas that have fire threat districts, high fire threat districts, when there is an increased risk of wildfires, especially with the context of the weather. So we don't just rely on any single one of these, we do all of these cohesively. For example, we'll install a stronger pole, we will come in and prune trees, and we manage these with cameras, with drones, helicopters. We're constantly inspecting all of our assets. A lot of this is public. You can learn more about this wildfire safety progress through the years on our website at pgne.com/wildfire safety progress, and you'll be able to track what we do there. Enhanced power line safety settings. These are advanced protective settings that make the electric system more sensitive to potential hazard. They automatically shut off power in fractions of a second, sometimes within an eighth of a second, when a threat is detected to help prevent power line related wildfire ignitions. Let's talk about this map. This is Portola Valley. You will see that white boundary there. And Portola Valley is fed by 2 circuits that come from 2 substations. Them there, the Menlo 1102 in green and the Woodside 1101 in purple. Both of these circuits, the entirety of these circuits are EPSS enabled. And what that means is that these EPSS devices that detect anything foreign to the line live on those segments of the line. Slide, please. So let's walk you through a scenario. A foreign object hits the line, the safety settings turn power off quickly. And so what that means is that, and Councilmember Walter, you've visited us, so you'll remember this. The line reclosure will open. The line reclosure lives on the line. And as soon as it detects any foreign object, it'll automatically open and it will de-energize that line. It will try to reopen, and if it doesn't detect that it's safe to do so, it will immediately de-energize and trigger a patrol. And so we'll come out here, we will inspect the entirety of that line. Until eyes are physically on it, I am not able to re-energize that line. Now, these patrols also inform the system improvement work we do to prevent similar hazards from causing future outages. We constantly monitor wildfire conditions to determine when to turn EPSS safety settings on or off. We are in fire season, so right now, all of these circuits in the town of Portola Valley are enabled. What guides us in turning on these settings? So we examine low humidity, dry fuels like dead leaves or grass, and greater wind speeds. Those are the 3 ingredients that we are looking for to turn on these EPSS settings. EPSS is PG&E developed technology. It came about in 2021. It has a 69 to 70% reduction of ignition success rate. And it's been so successive that we are consulting on this in Maui, in the Palisades, in Oregon. It's become a lead safety instrument in the industry. Next slide, please. Now, that being said, in the middle of keeping everyone safe, we absolutely recognize that losing power is inconvenient. And it is our priority to keep customers informed in the event of a safety outage. Since the power turns off so quickly, sometimes within an eighth of a second, due to the potential safety hazard, it is not possible for me to notify in advance. However, we are able to provide customers with updates during and following an outage through their preferred contact method. This includes text messages, emails, and/or automated calls. Once power is restored, we will also send a notification to confirm power is back on, along with information on the outage cause if it is available. We have not always been able to do this. We've not always been able to follow up with a cause in the past, but we do have a dedicated team internally that is working on developing and improving this communication system. Slide, please. And so I'll take the opportunity here to say, PG&E is only able to communicate with customers based on the customer's communication preferences. So if anyone has any trouble, customers can see a step-by-step guide on how to update their preferred contact method by scanning that QR code on the screen or by visiting pgne.com/preferences guide. Slide, please. So for more information in work taking place in the area, we also have an interactive map that lets you see exactly where reliability work is taking place on power lines serving you. And this progress map can also be accessed by visiting pgne.com/progress map or by scanning that QR code there. This was a brief, but I think I've introduced the mechanics of how EPSS settings work. I'd love to take your questions now. We might want to keep up that presentation, Darcy, because I might use it to explain a few things depending on the questions.
Questions from the council? Rebecca?
Thank you so much for coming to tell us all about this. So we have two circuits that control large parts of all of Portola Valley.
Yes.
You know, in the past, I can remember that when there were outages, that somehow my home was frequently never got hit, even though there's these two circuits. Have the circuits changed in some way?
So yes, actually, we've sectionalized those circuits as a method to improve so that the entire line doesn't go down. That means everyone else goes down. So for example, Woodside 1101, which is that purple circuit, it's been segmented or sectionalized 15 times. And that circuit has 20 EPSS devices. That means I have more EPSS devices than segments. That is how seriously we're taking this. Menlo 1102 has 19 segments. I've sectionalized that line 19 times. And what that does is it allows me to switch customers back and forth along the line so that if one section of the line is de-energized, I can shorten that restoration time, move them somewhere else on the line, and then switch them back. So a Menlo 1102 has 19 segments and it has 34 EPSS devices.
So yeah, that was my second question is, can you just switch people to a different circuit if part of it is damaged?
So yes, usually that isn't always possible depending on the extent of the damage. So if there might be a difference between rural encroaching on the line versus an entire tree branch which the coast experiences with frequency, like an entire tree coming down on the line. At that point, the line is gone and it's not safe for me to switch because the wire's down. I wouldn't have a line to switch. So it depends on what the nature of the outage is.
So I've found the communications that we get reasonably helpful, but what I always wonder is if we can't know why an outage occurred sooner than later. You know, we don't seem to find that out till, if ever, until after it's all fixed. Is there no way to, as part of the alert, say a tree fell on it or a squirrel got killed or, whatever, just so we have a better sense of kind of the magnitude of the problem?
So it's not always possible. Let me give you an example. If I have the right amount of wind speed, low humidity, and heat, it might be that the line is detecting the wind and it de-energizes until it's safe. And so there wouldn't be a cause there available. Now, I can't notify you immediately because these lines are quite long, as all of them are. Those triangles are the substations that feed them. You can see they're right near the 101. And so it requires human eyes to see the line before I can re-energize. And so the line will detect that the line has been de-energized. Smart communications will trigger and it'll start notifying customers that are affected. But there's no way for me to follow up with cause until someone patrols the line.
So if that particular ESPP sensor is triggered, you still have to inspect the entire green line or the entire purple line, or just that sort of segment that was triggered?
During normal weather conditions, so let's say in February, we got through most of the storms this year. It wasn't fire season yet, so those circuits were not EPSS enabled. When EPSS circuits are enabled, we have to patrol the line.
I see. And then my last question is, I know that PG&E does offer battery rebates for people who are affected a lot by these. And I've gone on the website to see, and I put in my address, and I'm confused about the information. I just am not sure whether or not I would qualify for.
So you can
a
always
battery
call
rebate.
1-800-PG&E 5000. And those are local customer service centers. Those are Californians. They are your neighbors. They're your friends. They live right here. They can help walk you through that. But I can also follow up with more information
Okay, great.
following this
Thank
council
you.
meeting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Judith?
Yeah, what was the statistic since 2021? 69%.
69% of wildfire ignitions have been reduced. So this is incredibly successful,
Within your district, or what's the geography that covers?
enterprise-wide throughout our service territory.
Okay. And what are you looking to do to further improve? I assume you're always trying to improve.
We're always trying to improve. So sectionalizing the lines, we're part of that. But it also depends on what you mean by improve. So for example, our de-energizing the line within 1/8 of a second is a major improvement. So if you mean that, we're going to continue to cut down that line. Now, if you mean restoration, then I imagine we're going to continue, going through the process.
It's just,
Case safety is the priority.
I mean, I imagine you have thousands of different technologies pull in and you're evaluating over time in a separate, but it sounds like this technology has been very successful.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We monitor these every day. 24/7, we decide the safety setting, when they're on, when they're off. Obviously, right now they're going to be on through 24/7 until we get through fire season. And sometimes it's within 1/8 of a second. I know we have 0 second. It immediately shuts down in some districts, in some areas. It depends. Yeah.
Thank you. Very, very interesting.
Quick, hopefully a huge subject, a quick question. We have 38 crossings of our evacuation route with overhead high power electric lines in a high fire risk area. And we have a standing undergrounding committee that has never made an inch of progress. And I'm wondering if we could put the spark in it so that we could start thinking, at least put it on your radar, that it would be a huge deal for us to actually get this done.
For that question, I promise you, I'm your biggest advocate on this internally. But if we could, Darcy, put up Portola Valley again, please. So within that white shape, boundary shape, there are no high fire threat districts here. So it's not tier 3. You have tier 2. It's a heavily vegetated area. So for us, the priority here until we can get to that undergrounding goal is vegetation management. Now, that's not to say that undergrounding isn't coming to some of these areas, but that will be something that I think we can discuss down the road.
And that's because we're so good at our vegetation control, or is because we were right in the middle of what you showed us, the high fire district was?
I think it's because you're adjacent to a high fire threat district. So Woodside would be more of a tier 3. You're not quite tier 2. And right now we're prioritizing tier 3 per CPUC.
Other
Thank
questions?
you.
You're welcome.
Helen?
So thanks so much for coming. Super helpful. I love seeing where our transmission lines are. Do we have redundancy? considered redundancy here for the outages? Like when people are out, are or is the lack of redundancy part of the restoration problem?
Councilmember, do you mean, by redundancy, do you mean, do I have the ability to move people up and down the line across the circuit?
I meant like the redundancy where one line goes down, but you have another line that
Yes.
buffers, right?
Yes.
So is that moving them up and down the circuit?
Yes, yeah, it's called switching. So
Thank you.
we switch people, we back tie people, we move them around to keep as many customers energized as possible.
Okay.
Um,
Could you also speak, obviously, we're lower density than Bayside, for instance, and how you prioritize when there are outages? Are we like a lower priority because we are lower density?
No. So multiple factors go into this. One of the first things that we look at we have a critical customer list. So we look at who on that line is a critical care customer. Maybe they need an oxygen tank. Maybe they are in hospice care. So we have a great customer team that would reach out to that customer directly, whether it's phone, we try to get out here in person. These are one of the things that we measure. We also measure safety, the safety of our workers. So for example, during storm season, if it's not safe for me to put crews out there, then we have to wait for the weather. It has to be safe for them to work. We have standards about the wind and who can get up on a bucket, who can get up on a pole, given the wind conditions. It's usually about what are the most customers that we can restore and how can we mitigate the outage for as many people as possible. So sometimes you'll see outages where everyone's been restored and then there's one customer who's at the end of the line who will be out for the duration of the repair. And we'll usually reach out to that customer directly, see if they need anything, if they provide. Each outage is unique.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I had some questions. So one of the things I was wondering is, given that the San Andreas Fault runs through Portola Valley, what are you guys doing special to deal with both electric and gas lines in an earthquake fault zone?
I am not as intimately familiar at the moment with gas lines, but I can say that I'd love to follow up with you on that one. Now, internally, we have ways of shutting down the lines through SCADA, something called SCADA. Please don't ask me what the acronym stands for. I couldn't possibly remember at this point. So we have ways of completely de-energizing those lines.
And this is an electrical line or?
Electrical.
Okay.
Yeah. I can follow up with you with gas.
Okay. 'Cause obviously, both of those are concerned during an earthquake.
Yep.
And then I guess you answered a little bit about undergrounding and covering the lines. I mean, obviously, in our western slopes here, we have steep slopes, heavily vegetated. If a fire caught there, it'd be very similar to Oakland Hills.
Yes.
So, I think there's a lot of concern within the community to make sure that it's safe. And to the degree you can, I think being able to explain to people that they're protected with EPSS or EPS, I mean, whatever.
You had it right, EPSS.
Yeah, so that they have a sense, because I think right now it's a little bit voodoo magic. It's like, well, I don't know, the lines all look the same, I think people say. And so maybe you can find a way to say, no, we've got this segment covered this way. I think that might go a long way. And we have an emergency preparedness committee that I think would be a great place to provide some of that information, because then they could get it out.
So I'm hopeful that tonight's council meeting is a good starting point for the residents of the town of Portola Valley, but I want to emphasize that the entirety of these circuits are EPSS enabled. So to Councilmember Walter's point about redundancies, I have 19 segments on one circuit. I think it's 1102. Yes, it's 1102, and 34 of those EPSS devices live on those circuits. So it's a crowded line of safety, if that makes any visual.
Yeah, I guess what I didn't quite, and when Rebecca was asking the question, I didn't quite understand that if one of them triggers, does it take out the whole circuit, or is it only the segment that it's responsible for monitoring?
It'll take out that section. And again, it depends. What if the entire a tree falls on the entirety of the line? Then the entire line goes down. And so everyone's out, and we would try to switch everyone to the other circuit while we repair the line. It depends on the outage.
And then the last one is on arborists. I think I certainly hear a number of complaints of PG&E just showing up and hacking. Like, there doesn't seem to be an arborist involved. I mean, it's pretty clear they go, well, that's within 12 feet and they just cut it without any concern for potential damage to the tree itself. So I think calling it an arborist might be like a little bit too strong, or maybe you could find a better way of communicating with the residents so they understand that what they're doing is actually healthy for the tree as well as protecting the neighborhood.
So vegetation management is the highest priority on the PG&E desk. And it's a bit difficult so that's why we have annual permits. And I imagine that notification process, as inspectors come out, it gets a little murky, but I want to just say, at the risk of sounding cliche, that our vegetation management folks are tree huggers. In their off time, they go and plant trees, and they invite everyone at PG&E to tree plant. So that's a very good note to take back to the team of how can we get it out there that actually our vegetation folks are doing the good work of the forest and, working to keep trees as healthy and safe for the residents as possible. That's a good note, Mayor. Thank you.
And I'm thinking particularly the trees they're cutting. I mean, it's great that they're planting other trees and they love trees. That's good. But
Sure.
often it just seems they're drawing their sphere around the line and cutting anything without thinking. A guy just climbs up and goes, oh, that one, without actually, at least from a resident's point of view, saying, look, we carefully cut it at this place for this reason because keep the tree healthy. So I just think maybe a little more education on how they're going about the cutting, not just what they're cutting.
I understand, but it's also important to remember that we don't set the clearance heights. That's done by CAL FIRE. And so we have to meet that safety
yeah.
standard.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that you don't
Yep,
cut
but I
them
understand.
to the requirement. There's different ways you can cut a tree to be a healthy cut versus a hack.
Okay.
And right now, the complaints I get is they're just hacked.
Okay.
So it's something to keep
That's a
in
good
mind.
note.
Yeah. So
Gonna
but other than
follow
that,
up.
I mean, this is great. Thank you for your presentation.
Can I ask one other quick question?
Sure.
Yeah. So there have been concerns in the town, maybe this isn't quite your department, but about how long it takes to get a permit, how long it takes to get a work, how long it takes to get connected to a grid when you're putting on solar or battery. Is there any kind of advice you can give or recommendation or for how that could be sped up? Or is there any kind of internal discussions about facilitating that so that we can get more solar connections and more batteries up faster?
So the number one thing that I'd like to emphasize is that everything starts with an application for service. And that runs in parallel to whatever permits any residents or business owners may need from the city. Our process has its own timeline. And so the earlier, and this is my message across the county and anywhere that I am, frankly, whether it's a residence or it's a business or it's a developer, if you wake up and you think you're going to need service from PG, please file an application. So yes, that would be my number one suggestion. The second one I would have is we have a applicant journey map, and you can see at each step of the process how much we estimate for something to take. And I would recommend everyone go online to pgne.com and you can type in customer journey map and you can see and you can estimate about how long it will take. Solar has been an experience. A lot of solar companies are going bankrupt or they stop operating from one day to the next. And that right now, as of the last 6 to 8 months, that's been the challenge that I've been hearing from constituents and my customers, your constituents, is maybe they were midway through a project and their solar company went dark or they went under and well, that brings about its own sets of issues, unfortunately.
And the other area you should look at is undergrounding. I mean, that we've had some permits that are taking like 9 months to get approved for somebody who's trying to underground from the pole to their house. So, and that seems kind of excessive when you're trying to move things along. So it's just an area you might look at.
Each application, like each outage is also unique. I would imagine that given the curves in the road, the lack maybe of public right of way, that we have less room to work with here. It's rural. There are curves. I imagine that might have something to do with it. I would have to have an example, Mayor, so that I could truly speak to it.
I think it's getting the engineers to look at the plan, but let's not go into detail. We can talk later.
We can.
Yeah,
Sure.
perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Okay, with that, thank you. You're very welcome.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to close 3C and move on to the town manager report. Your mic's on.
Darcy Smith, town manager. I don't really know that I can top that, to be honest. Mosquitoes, power lines, but do it my best. Town events coming up. One of my favorites, the Thursday night summer music series starting in July. Then August and September, PV Palooza, which is a little bit later this year, Saturday, August 29th. We have started the planning and the band roster's up. And last, Town Picnic, Zots to Tots. We'll be opening up registration for that soon, but make sure it's on your calendar for the fall. But if you don't have plans this Saturday, or if you want to do something before going to the Mosquito Open House, we have our very own Town Emergency Preparedness and Safety Day at Station 8, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I'll be there, and there's going to be some really fun presentations, maybe not bug collections, but it will have WPV CERT, the Amateur Radio Club, etc. 10 a.m. Yes, please come. You don't have to stay all 5 hours. You can just drop in.
If I could just jump in, for field day, if a member of the council shows up, they get extra points because there's a whole point system with ARL when they do field days. So I'm unfortunately out of town. So if any of you are available, and I would suggest 10 to 2, by the time 2 o'clock, depends on the weather and the frequency bands, how well they're doing. Sometimes things wrap up. So don't show up at, 2:55 because they may be wrapping up. But sometime between 10 and 2, it would be a great time. So any of you or all of you that would like to come, that would be great. Sorry, Darcy, keep going.
Oh, no problem. So then some of you might recall I've announced in the past that we ran a community survey. It's titled the Portola Valley Conversation. It's engagement with the town about protecting our emergency services, our financial stability, and looking at our town autonomy. And you may recall we had a survey that was open to everyone. It was not selective, and I'm really happy to announce that we have published the rankings for that survey. This is a lot to absorb, so this is on our website at the engagement webpage. But more importantly, we're working on our next Portola Valley post, and it will have this on the front page, and this should be mailed out hopefully next week. So watch for this. We've got some great articles by the Conservation Committee about defensible space. And we've got an article from the Emergency Preparedness Committee and Woodside Fire and some sustainability tips and some trail tips. So watch for this. But this community priority ranking was based on the priorities that were identified last year by our survey. But you can see here the overwhelmingly #1 ranked most important community priority is wildfire prevention services. That includes different services that the town and Woodside Fire does, as well as homeowners can do themselves. But that's a huge priority. And then next up is 911 emergency police patrols. And then maybe not as glamorous, but still important, storm drains. And then preserving our autonomy and preventing what could be a potential county takeover of our local zoning land use. So this is just a quick snapshot. We'll be talking about it more in the next few months, but I just wanted to share this data that we analyzed and announce that the post will be mailed out next week. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Darcy?
Yeah, on the survey, how many people does that reflect?
Approximately 1% of our population.
So 40 odd. Yep. And what is the purpose of it?
The purpose of it is to inform the budget. So that's #1. We had this data before we finalized the budget. It's also important to inform the town about what the council priorities are. We already had our priority setting discussion, and I think we touched on all of these. But it's also important to inform the community as we head into July and look at a potential ballot measure to identify revenue for the town.
But this isn't to be confused with the polling that was done last year. Is it the one and the same, or is it different?
Different. They are different. The polling
So-
last year was very much a community focused poll around a potential ballot measure.
Yeah. But we're not using statistics on how much this sample of 1% reflects the community.
Correct.
value,
This is not
correct?
statistically valid or scientific survey
Yeah.
because it was open to everyone. Anyone with a computer could participate.
And you have mechanisms to prevent double counting,
Yeah,
et
yeah.
cetera.
Correct.
I have concerns of things like this being used as meaningful at that percentage. So I'll stay tuned and see how it plays out. Will you be giving reports periodically on numbers? Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions for Darcy? Right, I will close out the town manager report and move on to oral communications. So this is an opportunity for the public to, can we turn off?
I'm trying. I've turned it off 100 different ways.
Okay. Uh, Let's see who's trying to call Mary. So oral communication, this is, you can comment on anything that's come before, presentations, town manager report, or anything else that's not on the agenda. So is there anybody in the schoolhouse that has oral communications? So I see no hands in the schoolhouse. And I see 2 hands. So a Zoom user might be Dana. Oh,
Hi, is PG&E still there?
no, I'm afraid she left.
Because I had a hell of a lot of questions for her. Anyway, that's too bad.
Yeah, my apologies. That would have been,
I mean, they do a lot of things that are incorrect, especially with their trees. And it's going to make fire danger worse. Okay, thank you.
yeah, so Dana,
Too bad.
I did try to press her a little bit on that. And maybe if you reach out to me, I can put you in touch with her and maybe we can get some of that information to her.
Well, I think it would have happened a lot better in public. Had everyone heard what really happens with their street tree pruning.
I agree. That's what I was
Okay.
trying to press her on as well.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you, Dana. Caroline, you're up next. Caroline, you're still on mute. There we go.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. I was trying to raise my hand and I couldn't. So I concur with several comments. PG&E has been a disaster, but I welcome the enthusiasm and the willingness of this young person who is trying to help Portola Valley residents. I have several reports where staff has no clue what to do when there's a power outage. We have our own contacts, and we have helped the town restore power outages for, I'm not involved because I have solar power, but there's many districts in this area who suffer from power outages. And luckily, because we have our own local contacts, and then they're willing to help us restore it. It's a shame that the staff does not know who to contact, and I hope that they will take this person and provide contact information so we can build on a brighter future and find solutions to bring reliable energy to our community. So after this presentation from PG&E, I assume that you no longer are pursuing undergrounding infrastructure. And I advise you that might be best, because Palmer Lane has had underground infrastructure and it has not helped because they don't maintain it. Water goes in the lines, and if PG&E doesn't maintain it, that's why we were forced, even before PG&E promoted their own energy solutions, to to have solar power, because otherwise we would not function in Portola Valley. And there's so many issues, and I hope we can find people who are willing to come to common sense solutions, because you continue to rely on all these consultants planning and planning. If it doesn't work, you have to come to real solutions, because that is the only way that you will keep residents happy in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Patty, you're up next.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Just another plug for the fair this Saturday, Emergency Prep and Safety. Wildfire Preparedness Committee will be there, and we will have a booth that's focused primarily on Firewise. We have a goal this year of covering Portola Valley 100% Firewise communities. We're 50% of the way there. If you'd like to stop by and wonder if you're covered, if you're not, if you'd like to know what it would take to be a leader or to be covered, we can help you get awareness about what happens there. So any kind of question about Firewise, stop by and see us. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Patty. All right. Anybody else in the room? Don't see any hands. Anyone else online? All right. I'm going to close oral communications and move on to the consent agenda. So I will open the consent agenda up to public comment. Anybody in the schoolhouse wants to speak on the consent agenda? Don't see any hands. And Carolyn, I see your hand up. The consent agenda.
So once again, I would like to let you know that we cannot see whether our hand is up or not. That button doesn't function, but thank you for allowing me to comment. You got my public comments. I have recused myself to participate in town council meetings and several subcommittee meetings, because it's really draining. You know, many of us have tried for over 20 years to find resolutions, and nothing gets done. So once again, I hope you will consider the public comment. I think I represent many owners in this community. People have been silenced, and so they wonder why they should speak up, because nothing gets done. I hope you will reconsider that and provide us answer and really substantiate why you continue to work with an outdated contract, a contract that is so vague, that does not allow accountability because you hold them harmless. And really, why do we need all these highly paid sheriffs when there's no crime, when they don't come out when we report illegal conduct? So really, I think you have to resort to the data and then make your decision. So thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Caroline. All right. Anybody else in the schoolhouse? Anyone else online? All right. Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the council. Are there any items that council members want to pull?
I want to pull 6A just because I want to recuse myself, and there's one change I want to make to the notes.
And you need to abstain or?
Abstain, yes. sorry.
Okay, yeah, so, all right, so 6A for an abstention, got it? And any
6D,
6D?
D is in dog.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, and then what I'm going to do rather than pull 6A, I'm going to basically do the same thing with 6J, which is the Woodside Highlands Road Maintenance District. We're just going to have separate votes on that. And that way you can abstain on 6A and I can abstain on 6J.
I also have a change I want to make to the 6A.
Okay,
So
then we'll pull it. Okay, why don't we start with 6A?
So I think we should list Aaron Fannin Steele's full name instead of just listing him as Aaron at Atlas Planning. It's on page 2 of that minutes. So his last name is spelled Pfanenstiel.
Okay, so is that it? All right. Any other comments on 6A? All right, I would take motion for 6A.
So moved.
Seconded.
Have motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? One abstention. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to 6D.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Judah.
Okay, so I have a question, and then a comment. I'll ask my question, which is, I understand the intent is that we're approving the costs that are set out in the Schedule B, I guess. The intent is, well, what is the intent? Are we agreeing to that for 4 years? Or is it the intent to be 1 year? Can you explain?
Yeah, the intent is to just approve a budget for 1 year. We do not have a budget for future years. The contract stipulates that the county must provide the proposed rates to the town by April 1st. So we will get those next year.
So logically speaking, we'll get them by April next year, but we have to give notice not less than 12 months prior to a termination. So essentially, we're signing up for 1 3/4 years at a minimum.
There is another provision
Mhm.
for termination, 5.3.
Yep.
Allowing the town to terminate based on the town's unavailability of funds by providing written notice to county as soon as reasonably possible after the town learns of said unavailability of funding. I do read that as allowing another path for termination in the event that the county increases the rates significantly for the next fiscal year, that the town would not be in a position to pay for the increased service or increased charges.
But is the legal standard of unavailability, meaning there's a dime in the bank and you have to pay the dime, or is it a decision by the council that this is not a sensible budget? Like, what is unavailable? And if you don't know, we should at least admit that we're signing up for possibly 1 3/4 years, I think.
Yeah, it is not a defined term in the contract.
Yeah, so we'd have to argue
Yes.
what that means, if that ever happens.
Right.
Okay, and Craig, if I just make the comment and then see, I have comments on this.
Yeah, please. Yeah, absolutely. Please.
Yeah, I've said this before. This contract is a contract of adhesion as far as lawyers go. That means there's objectionable terms and we have no other choice. So we are going to agree to it because we don't have another choice. And we've tried to negotiate and see flexibility, and there have been none. Is that correct, Darcy?
That is correct.
Yeah. So I think, I want to acknowledge the public's comments that, this is a bad contract. It's one that's one-sided, and the sheriff has sole discretion. This county has a huge amount of discretion. The allocation of costs that would normally in business be overhead and not chargeable or chargeable in part is not there. And I do think we all just ought to be acknowledging that for the public. And what that leads me to is a comment that the county at some point has to realize it's unsustainable for individual towns such as us, and that there's got to be a better methodology. There's got to be a more transparent discussion. If the dollars are not there, they're not there. But this has been a very frustrating process, and I've seen this for years. So I think we got to do what's right by the town to get some support, but I just really want to express the frustration that I envision and really send a message that this is getting to the point of so much pain. We are going to be forced to evaluate and see what is the right level relative to where we are today, and what is it that we're going to be getting if we need to pare back, given our financial situation. So I might be saying the obvious, but I do feel the need, given the size of the contract and the proportion of our budget that it constitutes.
Other comments on 6D?
I yeah, go. I
Go
do.
ahead.
Yeah, I agree completely with what Judith is saying, but I also wanted to bring up, I felt the same, that this contract is very vague and it's always in their favor. The overtime is, my theory about the overtime is that we're kind of being punished for the fact that they're unable to hire adequate staff. So they've taken the entire overtime, and some people are making 700,000 a year because of taken the entire sum and then subdivided it up per deputy, and then foisted the cost onto everybody, regardless of whether the deputies that are actually patrolling us are generating overtime. And then the contract doesn't give us really any real details about how much time each deputy route is actually spending in our town. And instead, it's the very contract starts at the very beginning with a comment about the fact that the deputies' routes do not necessarily just involve our town limit. That a deputy's route could very, very clearly go through the middle of Menlo Park, then through Ladera, then through us, and then through Los Trencos, and that would be their route for the day. And so it's really unclear to me how much actual time we have for these people to be actually patrolling in our streets. And one of the things that I have a concern about is, let me pull up the contract, was I think 2.5, where it says that if the sheriff determines that a particular deputy needs to work overtime over and above their assigned route, and they have to go overtime, but then we would get charged an additional overtime fee on top of what the overtime we're already paying for these people, which is 30% of their actual salary. So to me, 30% of someone's annual salary is what, 3 extra months or something of overtime. It just, the numbers don't quite work out for us. And I know we have no choice about this, but right now, today, but I think we still need to continue to explore options. And I know they've refused to cut it down, but giving us options of having a little bit less deputies or whatever, but we have to continue to explore options.
Thank you. Ellen?
So I appreciate my colleagues' comments on this contract. I would also note that we seem to be overstaffed, and I worry about overtime for like Tots, or Zot, right? What's it? I always get the name wrong. Tots.
That's the top.
Tots. Thank you. But then like PV Palooza, which is not actually a town event, but we are, we might have to pay extra for PV Palooza. So I am concerned that the contract doesn't, clarify our special events. We do have the annual, very much the same annual events every year. So that is of concern to me as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Mary, you good? So the only other thing I would add on is we do have a new sheriff, and we do have a new senior staff under the sheriff. And that's not to say that this is a good contract. I'm not going there. But I would recommend that we get our list of issues and we bring them to the captain. I found him to be open and receptive. It's not necessarily that things are going to change tomorrow, but they're at least opening to listen. And before, I'm not even sure they were such disarray that they couldn't even do that. I can also say that they get a lot of pressure from the county in terms of expenses. So it is a complicated thing, and I'm not trying to justify it, but I have met their senior staff now, and it is a marked improvement over. So it gives me a glimmer of hope. So I just would add that to it. So Okay, so I would entertain a motion to approve 6D.
I move to approve 60.
Second,
Second.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously. All right, the next one is 6J. This is the Road Maintenance District. I would entertain a motion for this. I need to abstain.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I abstain. All right.
And Mayor, if I could, just to clarify, your vote would actually be a recusal.
Recusal.
Because you have a financial conflict of interest.
Okay, great.
Whereas Councilmember Flynn's vote on the minutes was an abstention because that was simply because she was not present at the
So
meeting.
I recuse myself from
There
this
you go.
vote.
Thank you. And because this is on consent, that's why, because it's as a consent item, council members do not need to leave the room
Right.
for those
Yeah,
items.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for correction. All right, which leaves us with a motion for the rest of them, which is 6B, C, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, and O.
So moved.
Yeah, second.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. All right, close out the consent agenda. Move on to the public hearing. So the first item is public hearing on the recreation fees and the master fee schedule update. Tony, you have a staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Evening, members of council. Staff report on the presentation, excuse me. I do have a very brief presentation. This is a continuation of the first public hearing where we adopted the planning, building, and engineering and administration fees, and we continued the recreation fees to tonight's meeting. And we were also directed to work with the Parks and Rec Committee to review the recommended fees. We did meet with the Parks and Rec Committee representatives. We did review some of the fees, or we actually reviewed all the fees, listened to their recommendations. One request that they have is that they want to have more time to do further analysis and study of the fees and possibly come back with a more formal recommendation either at mid-year or for next year's budget. But to go through the, in your packet, you did receive the amended fee schedule. The red lines were the changes or the amended proposals. But for my presentation, I'm going to review the fees that were changed. The first slide has the rentals for classes. The first fee was a processing fee that Matrix had recommended $197. Staff is recommending $45 and to be applied to only new instructors. Existing instructors will be grandfathered in. Also, an amendment is for the insurance. If the
Hey,
town,
hey, Tony?
Yeah.
You might put this in presentation mode just so it's a little bit larger for people.
They did. Apologies.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, so going back, so for insurance, if the town is purchasing the insurance, the applicant is charged the carrier rate. We will also include a $45 processing fee. However, if you are a new instructor, we will waive the $45 processing fee because you're already paying the processing fee when we sign up with the initial contract. And then for the rentals of community hall, there will be an application processing fee of $492, which is the Matrix recommended fee, and staff agrees. And this will only apply to when you're renting out the entire hall. If you're renting the Buckeye or Alder room, it'll be a $45 processing fee. And then another new fee is a cleaning fee. This is a $25 per hour fee, and this will be applied if the town has to do additional cleaning after the rental period is over, and it'll be reduced from the initial deposit. If the amount of cleaning exceeds the amount of the deposit, then obviously the applicant will be charged for the excess. And then another new fee is the public agency fee. This is going to be $1,028 per event. We do have several public agencies, the county being probably the largest user of our community hall. And for sometimes they have events that last 3 or 4 days. And they have like department wellness or wellness benefit fairs. And so they take up parking, they take up the community hall, they take up the entire town hall area. So we'll be implementing a $1,028 fee for public agency rentals. And then we're also adding a key deposit of $150. Matrix, oh, I'm sorry, I have that backwards. Matrix had recommended 140. We're recommending 150 as staff. So that was for community hall rentals and for classes.
And Tony, these are per day or per event?
And-
So if I have a 3-day event, it's $1,000? Okay.
And then moving on to the sport user fees. This was probably the item that had the most comments during the public hearing. After meeting with the Parks and Rec committee members, the recommendation is to increase the fees by 10%, still leaving the local organized youth leagues like AYSO at $48 per person. And the local organized youth clubs go from 67 to 72. Or sorry, 74. The local organized adult leagues, 67 to 74. Then the local organized adult clubs go from 100 to 110. We have parsed out the town courts from the sport user fee category and adopted to not recommend a fee increase. So that fee will stay at $100 per person. For picnic spaces at Little People's Park, we're recommending a $10 increase to match with Matrix recommendation. And then with the Ford Field parking lot, there's a commercial rate that we're going to implement. It goes from $108 to $117. And I forgot to type in, there's a staff consulting time fee. The current rate was $65, but the first hour was free. And then the $65 kicked in after the first hour was over. We're implementing a $246 fee, which is the amount of time it would spend for staff to spend 1 hour of consulting. So the $246 will be applied as soon as the first hour starts. So that's a breakdown of the new fees in the recommended fee schedule for community hall rentals and park and field rentals. So that concludes my presentation. Turn back to council for questions.
Thank you, Tony. Questions? Ellen, do you have any questions? Right.
Thank you, Tony, and for these updates. In terms of the per field per hour rate to simpler to bill versus the per user fee for field usage?
Yeah, it's $48 per participant. Like, so if a team has 10, it's $480.
So it works. So don't break it, but would it be easier to do a flat per field per hour?
That's what the Parks and Rec Committee wants to do with their analysis, to actually look at whether to have a per hour rate or using the existing fee structure.
Okay.
But we didn't have enough time to complete that analysis because these need to be put into place by July 1st.
Okay. In terms of the Redwood Grove for group size, like you wouldn't want to do a tier rate of like 25 people, $50 for under 25 and $100 for 25 and over kind of thing?
That would require more analysis. But again, it's something that we can do for the next fiscal year.
And then what about the maintenance of a concrete, concrete, I'm not, or clay, I don't know which it is, pickleball court being lower maintenance than a field, so the costs?
So for the budget this year, I did rearrange a little bit the parks and fields. There's a separate line item for court maintenance. And it's separate from parks and field maintenance, but yeah, we want to keep track of the actual costs for maintaining the courts.
So because right now, pickleball, the court users, pickleball and tennis are charged the same as the field users. So at this
Correct.
point, we don't know
Right.
the maintenance difference. Okay. And then I saw for sport groups, I saw locally organized youth leagues versus clubs, AYSO, for instance, versus club soccer.
Right.
But I didn't see Little League. Where does the Little League fit into
They
that?
would be the leagues, the local
Leagues.
organized youth leagues.
Okay. And I think that's my questions. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Mary?
I have a tiny question. $25 per hour for cleaning. Is that how do you do that? And why?
This
I
is-
mean, does that cover the cost for an hour of cleaning? And why do we not have it?
It
closer to the
probably
standard?
would not cover the cost
Yeah.
of an hour, but it's again, have the applicant with a little skin in the game to keep the facility clean, knowing that they will have to pay extra if,
Why not make it meet the cost? I mean, the incentive is there to just let you guys clean it at $25 an hour and take the.
if you
yeah.
want us to charge the hourly rate or the rate it costs for the cleaning.
Yeah.
then we can amend the fee schedule
What's
to
wrong with that? Because then they clean up after themselves.
do that. We can do that.
Well, that would be my suggestion.
Okay. I would
You know,
need concurrence of council to do that.
that's something we can do. It seems like a too minor a point but it jumps out at me because I'd be jumping the chance to get cleaning done for $25.
But I mean, the frequency of that happening is not, it's been infrequent that, although we did have an example.
Yeah, and
So, but we have not had to have additional cleaning after an event at community hall in quite some time.
but
Can I just say, the town contracts for our janitorial services and it's infrequent. So I guess I would just be cautionary. I would caution you that we don't necessarily have a janitorial contract in place to support what you're describing. Our janitorial services are not daily, they're not necessarily available on call to do what you're doing.
But staff would probably have to.
Yeah, and then staff would have to clean that, and that's not, we don't really have this, we may not have the ability to do that from a staffing or contractual perspective.
I don't get it. If you're only charging $25 an hour for leaving it a mess, what kind of incentive is that for not leaving it a mess?
We have the
Especially if
deposit.
Staff for doing the work. That should be even higher.
Yeah, I'd say if that's the case,
We have the deposit, though. That is what we use if someone leaves a unusual mess.
Which hasn't happened.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I get it, I guess.
And we are charging, $2,777 just to use the room. So,
And we have a big deposit, right?
and we have $1,000 deposit.
Okay, I understand.
Judith? Mike?
So I just have a framework question, because the comments that were submitted by members of the Parks and Rec Committee, you said that they want to do more analysis. So inherent in that, I think, is we should not be adopting these without further analysis as proposed by them in their comments, or are we free to do that? Like, what's the risk of considering them now without the analysis?
Council can say, we're not going to adopt these recommended fees. We're going to remain with the existing fees.
But Well, but some of these are new and they want to structure them differently, right? They're different
Yes,
dollar amounts.
we want to implement new fees, yes. But we also have existing fees that are being amended and adjusted.
Yeah.
If you say no to this action tonight,
Yeah.
then it's whatever the current fees are right now is what's going to be put in place.
For that item.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get to a point of, is it practical to consider these now, or as I think forward, because these are good ideas, I just don't know how to think about them 6 months or a year's time. It does seem like I'd be more.
We had a professional firm
Exactly.
review, make recommendations.
Yeah.
And they've determined the actual cost
Mhm.
for the town to perform that service.
Right.
You know, I get the wanting the per hour.
Mhm.
That's more of analysis, and it's also, they're going to look at more of the area, the surroundings, which Matrix did.
Mhm.
I mean, but they're the professionals. This is what they do.
Mhm.
And the study is actually going to be more defensible than what the committee is going to come up with.
Mhm.
So-
Mhm. Yeah, so that goes to the risk of
Mhm.
our fees being challenged.
Right.
If we go with a professional recommendation, they're less subject to challenge. It's possible this committee can do an analysis that
Right.
helps us get more. Okay, thank you. That's the framework I needed.
And you did incorporate some of their changes. I mean, some of the
Oh, I did, yeah. I mean,
10%
they,
increases.
they were, just do a 10% increase. They were also asking for the court maintenance to be separated.
Yeah.
So we did listen to what they were saying. But there's some fees that we feel as staff that we need to implement.
Thank you.
Rebecca?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify a comment you made about the agency event hall
Mhm.
fee of 1,028. And I'm looking at what was put in the packet, and it says it's per day.
Then I misspoke.
Okay, great, because I was not in favor of 5 days
Yeah,
for the same price of one. Okay, and then it seemed like that residents were not going to be charged at all.
No,
For the-
we're taking away resident fee, non-resident. It's calling it rental fee.
Okay, so then the rental fee, whether they're resident or not, they're charged $27.77. Now, I wasn't clear. I think Karen Askey in her comment also made the same comment about, I wasn't actually clear what the full cost was going to be if somebody wants to rent the hall. Because you've got the $27.77, you've got the $1,000 deposit, you've got the 150 key deposit, and then there's some other charges that may or may not apply, application fees.
Yeah. So what you have in front of you is our master fee schedule. It lists all the fees. That's its purpose. Karen was more concerned about how's it presented. Well, that will be presented when we individual conversations with the applicant. This is how much it's going to cost, and this is what your fee is going to cover. But we will have that conversation with the applicant, and we're also going to have it on the webpage. This is what your fee covers.
So you're planning to have your master fee schedule will be one document, and then you're going to have something on the website. They'll say,
Yeah.
are you interested in renting our community hall?
Yeah.
This is what it will cost if you're this kind of person. So you'll have all those fees listed, so someone doesn't actually have to call in and ask, right?
We want people to call in.
Don't they get charged to do that, though?
Regardless, they're going to get a processing gap, even if they do it online.
No, but I mean, if I was planning a wedding, I'd want to know ahead of time how much it's going to cost. I wouldn't want to have to pay you to tell me how much it's
But
going to.
we also have to coordinate, if they're doing a wedding, we have to coordinate with the caterers, photographers, logistics of the area. So that's the part where the consultant time comes in with using staff. And that's what Cindy has to do. So
I'm
at
not
some
quite
point, we're-
following.
Well, okay, if you're organizing a wedding and you want to have caterers, you want to have photographers, you have to have the logistics discussed at the community hall. You need to talk to somebody from staff. You can't just show up and do it.
And you're saying that logistics analysis will cost per hour a certain amount of fee. So if I were coming in to comparing prices from one place to the next for different venues to have a wedding, I'm having a little trouble struggling to understand what the cost would be at Portola Valley versus going to some vineyard where they probably just give me the price.
Right, but if you call them, ask them, what's the price? What does that cover? And then they'll break down, this is what you get. You get the room for X amount of hours. You get use of these 2 rooms for your bridesmaids can use this room, the groomsmen can use this room. You have access to the play. I mean, you still have to have that conversation. They may say it's going to be, this is what it covers, but you're still going to have to talk to somebody to kind of go over all that, to confirm it, and to also schedule it with the vendor.
But they don't charge for that conversation. Are you going to be charging
Some-
for that conversation?
Some do.
Hmm.
It's included in the cost. Because it
Okay.
is their time that's going to be baked into the cost. We, as a local agency, have to spell out what our costs are.
All right, well, okay. I'm just hoping there'll be a lot of information on the website so that people don't have to use the staff time just to find out that.
We'll have the same with planning and building and with planning and building as well.
Okay, and then, so for the court fees, you pulled it out into a separate line item because our professionals didn't actually look at the court fees?
No, this was a request because the comments that were being made is that the court fees were not included in the fee schedule. They were just included in the adult clubs.
Okay,
So that's the fees that were being used to charge the pickleball users and the classes and the clubs for use of it was listed in the sports user fee category. All we've done is pulled it out and called it town courts.
but the professionals looked at that in terms of grass fields or not, or just
They
anything?
looked at maintenance across the board for all facilities.
Okay. And then was there a reason why we decided not to have a different fee for resident versus non-resident?
We just wanted to have one rate round, but again, we'll do further analysis.
For next year, you're saying?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I guess those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And I'll just save mine for the discussion. So is there any public comment on this item in the schoolhouse? Okay. Online. All right, we have one hand up. Christy,
Yeah,
welcome, Christy.
yes, hello. I was curious that you're going to charge parking lot from 108 to 117. That is so low can you remind me how many acres our parking lot is for this? And we need to get our land value for parking each car. So what does each car cost if we have 60 parking spaces and you're only going to charge 108 and you're going to up it to 117? That is not getting land values for our dollars in Portola Valley. So I'm concerned with that. And the $25 for a cleaning fee, no cleaners charge $25 anymore. So I agree with what was said earlier. And I think we need to go with cleaning fees that are available now in this valley. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Patty, you're up next.
Hey, good evening. I already submitted my comments, so I'll keep it short. Tony mentioned that the professionals came up with most of the numbers that you're looking at. Keep in mind that the town directed Matrix to develop the fees as it relates to cost recovery. Two things. Parks and Rec looked at it in terms of what are the competitive rates, because we truly believe that the people who use our fields and some of our facilities have options. Now, the two are not just necessarily need to be, at odds or separate. You can come up with both and compare them and reasonably look at them. But cost recovery and then deciding how you're going to subsidize it as you look at competitive rates was which that Parks and Rec wanted to address. Second, we did request that the court fees be pulled out separately, and Tony complied. They are pulled out separately, but they're not different than the field fees. We asked for a cost recovery number on the tennis courts. The town did not provide that, nor did Matrix. So they have no basis for the $100 other than it's what we use the fields. All we're asking for is look at it reasonably and say, should those be the same? We don't happen to think so. We think Parks and Rec can help over the next whatever year to move us closer to the type of rate structure that other towns are using, which is a per field, per hour type of basis, versus the per player cost recovery that the Matrix and the town is proposing. Thank you.
You, Patty?
And can I add the court user fee is actually $10 less than the adult club. There is a change.
And presumably, once you actually get costs, then you may change it again.
Yes. And in regards to the parking lot, the value of the parking lot is based on the use of the parking lot and the other optional uses of the parking lot. The parking lot is only used for one, and it's parking, and it's a dirt lot, and the maintenance costs for a dirt lot on an annual basis are not that expensive, which is why it's $117.
Okay, so one last chance for public comment. I see no hands in the room, so no hands on the line, online. So I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. So final discussion on this item? Mary?
No, I think we need to get it passed.
Okay. Judith?
Yeah, I would invite the Parks and Rec Committee for the areas they want to explore further to do so over time. I think right now it's really important we approve new user fees so that we can start the next fiscal year or whenever they do apply in a manner that's getting us a better position to collect closer to value. So I'm pretty comfortable with this pretty much as it is, but I would be open to them coming back and looking at jurisdictions and seeing where we are in 6 months. I'm really glad that we've done this and we're at the stage where we have something to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca?
In general, I do think we should move forward with this. I would raise the cleaning fees to probably $50 an hour, just as a discouragement for leaving it dirty, and also to at least recoup some of our costs. I would lower the court fees to probably $75 per person. And then, yes, I think the Parks and Rec should continue to work on more analysis so that we can understand the field versus the hourly rate versus the person rate, and make modifications if it warrants next year. Otherwise, I think it is, something we should move forward with just those couple changes.
Thank you. Helen?
Thank you. I support the cleaning fee up to $50 an hour. The court fee seemed, $75 an hour. I support that. I actually would lower the cost for the rental hall for residents. So, $500 or $1,000 less, down from $2,777. I think that it's a benefit to the community and to allow them some, to have community events here at a lower rate. The parking lot, I actually agree. I would increase the Ford Field parking lot at least 150 per day. And I take it that's that's not per car, right? That's just total.
It's per day.
Per day total 150 if someone wants to.
Let me double check.
So like if someone's having an event and they're going to have 30 cars there or whatever at Ford Field as a resident, it's 108.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll just emphasize, it's really meant to be a camp, not necessarily a resident event. It's a special event fee for like if we were to have a day camp teaching baseball to kids and they needed the parking and the field, it would be extremely rare that that parking lot is rented.
Got it. Okay, but but for instance, the Alpine Inn, so because they use it.
Yeah, so they have I'll say like grandfathered in short-term arrangement that would not be consistent with this fee schedule today.
Right.
And we are working on potentially a lease license agreement to get them a more formal arrangement.
And it's per day. It's 117 per day.
For Alpine Inn.
For the Ford Field Park.
Yeah, but I want to emphasize, it is designed for a special event.
Okay,
Yeah.
Don't think about it.
Is mutually exclusive from.
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the commercial is also at 108 or 117 now per day. And
That's
commercial
being
like
raised
the
to
camp
117 per day.
would be like a camp.
Yes. And the residential would be 108.
8 still. Got it. Okay. Okay.
Can you clarify that? If I wanted to have a baseball, if I had a 10-year-old grandson who wanted to have a baseball party, I can call up and rent Ford Field and the parking for $107.
Parking lot would be $108 per day.
And the field?
Field would be, there's a daily rate.
Is that the special event permit?
No. There's an informal group rate. It's not that expensive. So if you had 50 or fewer,
Yeah.
it would be $100. And if you had greater than 50, oh, I'm sorry, that's the deposit. So the local informal group, it's $3 per person. With if it's 50 or fewer, deposit would be 100. With greater than 50 or for 51 and more, it would be $500.
I don't know how you're going to manage this. How do you manage this asset? Anyway, not my turn.
I know. I actually
That's-
would push the commercial fee to have Ford Field at least up to 135 per day. I just think I know it's for camp, but I think we could ask a little bit more.
So this is for the parking lot.
Yes, for the commercial. And 135 even seems low to me, but
It sure does.
right.
Yeah,
Again,
otherwise the used car
it does
facility
not-
will be parking their
It
cars.
costs the town less than $5,000 a year to maintain the Ford Field parking lot.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I would add here is the reason we get a professional group to come in and do a fee analysis is because we're not allowed to make profits on these things. So if we start just setting it like what we feel like,
Well, we
But-
can for.
I mean, we're making some, but I mean, the point is we're trying to recover our costs. We're not trying to turn this into a profit center. And Tony's trying to make the point that a gravel parking lot doesn't cost very much, so there's not a lot of cost to recover. So I think we're starting to get a little cross-wired in we think it's a super valuable place because you have the privilege of, being next to our field, but if you're trying to recover costs, that's not quite the right lens. Can I make my comments now?
Sure.
We good. So I'm good with courts at 75 and cleaning fees going to 50. Personally, I'd love to see the resident community hall be equal to the public agency. I really do think it's a benefit. I won't go to the mat on that one this time. I'd like to see this reviewed at mid-year budget. Because that'll give Park and Rec time to do this. And we can also just start to see kind of what our usage pattern is and what kind of complaints we get, right? Which I think will help us decide, because I appreciate we're trying to move this along, right? We need to have something in place. So I think with those two, and then the general comment, public comment that we read, and it was my comment as well, looking at this is, it feels like we're nickel and diming people, like $150 for a key deposit. It's like we already, get $1,000 deposit. It's like, it feels like a few of these, we should just roll them up into one thing. It's a deposit. I don't care if it's $1,000 or $1,200, it's a deposit. And if you don't give us your key back, we're going to charge $150 as a part of that. But it just feels like itemizing all of these. And I think that's what Rebecca was trying to get at a little bit, which is, I would expect if I call the town that they can give me an estimate of what it would cost to rent this hall. It may not be down to the dollar, but it shouldn't cost me $250 to talk to somebody to find out how much it's going to cost. Like, that feels wrong.
Well,
And
we are held to a higher standard because of state propositions. So we really have to itemize our fees.
Right, but a deposit.
Otherwise, it could be considered an exaction or a tax, and then it
Sure,
would require
but a
vote.
deposit.
So that's why we have the list as it's formatted. You can go to any other city,
Right.
and you look at their master fee schedule. It's going to be formatted very similarly. They're going to have the costs spelled out individually.
But can it be under the deposit, you have one deposit and then you have the fees associated with that deposit?
If we don't have it listed under,
Okay, so,
then someone could challenge it.
right,
and-
so maybe what you're saying is, this is the messy version, and what goes up on the web will be something that says, your deposit's $1,150. If you don't return the key, we're going to charge $150.
Mhm.
If you give us all our stuff back, you're going to get your money back. And,
Right.
and that's the end of it. And it's one line on the website, even though it's broken into 1,000 little fees here. But I think the point I wanted to get at is, I expect somebody should be able to call up and have a 10-minute conversation with staff about renting a facility and not be charged $250.
Right.
Okay, so but it's not clear from here. This feels,
The initial call will not start the meter, but if they call back and say, we want to have more consultations, or we want to schedule a
Fine.
meeting with, then that's
Yeah,
when the meter
great.
starts
I
ticking.
just wanted to be clear, because it doesn't quite read that way. It talks about
Yeah,
initial
'cause and
consultation.
also a lot of times it's the initial contact with town is an online application.
Sure, and that just assumes that on the website, there's enough information that I can tell that it's going to cost me
Yeah.
$3,500 or whatever to rent the town hall, because it's not 2,777.
Right.
Right, it's that plus all these other things. So as long as there's some easy way to know
Yeah.
what I'm, getting into within a couple $100.
But we need to clarify some things here because you kind of brought up.
No, I get it. We're coming back to that. We're coming back. I'm just finishing my comments. So, all right. So I think I'm done with my comments. I would suggest that we amend the fees to include $50 cleaning and $75 court fee, and leave the rest of it alone for now. And then ask Tony to revisit this at mid-budget year review.
There was also a comment about reducing the community hall facility. to-
Right, and I said I wouldn't go to the mat on that one. I'm willing to wait until mid-year. But if other people feel strongly, we could put it in. I just trying to get at something. Yeah. I think there was $100 versus. Yeah. I think it's just a nod to, we believe it's likely going to be cheaper to maintain concrete courts, but we don't know yet. And that's Tony's putting in the mechanism. But again, some of this is, we're here as a town to serve our residents. And so, not nickel and diming from everything seems like a positive to me. So that was sort of a nod toward that.
Honestly, I think we got to keep in mind, we have no money in this town, and if we have to charge a little extra, it's not that much. So I don't have a lot of patience for it, but I think I could absolutely get comfortable with the $50 cleaning and $75 court. And then course correct
Yeah.
in 6 months.
Yeah. And that's kind of why I left the community hall.
And
out
we can
of the-
always course.
Hmm?
We can always course correct.
Yes, right. And that's why I was suggesting if we do it mid-budget, that we, rather than wait a full year. I think that would give us, everybody a chance to weigh in.
But, okay, but I do think actually, you're saying you want to give services to our community members, but you don't want to give a discount for the community hall.
I think it's too big. I think that for a big event, you're already spending, I mean, people are spending $20, $50, $100,000 on their wedding. I think $1,000 difference, is pretty minor. So I would course correct that. I mean, I wouldn't mind going there, but that feels like a more complicated, if we're going to get into resident versus non-resident fees, that feels more like something we should do at our next course correction. So I guess that's my thinking. But again, I brought it up because I mean, if everybody else thinks that that's what we should do, then we could include it. I'm just trying to get us to a resolution that we could give to Tony. Not only, do we need any resolution here? We just need to get, okay, so yeah. So where are people at in terms of, let's try to craft some kind of motion here. Comments on the community hall? I think that's the piece that's sticking
Well,
out.
Helen, you had suggested taking it down 500 to 1,000, right, for residents?
For 500. Yeah, I would do 500.
So you would be 2277 for residents.
And that's, yeah,
I
just
mean-
for that one.
I would be okay with that, resident that, and non-resident would stay.
Any other comments?
One quick thing, it's sort of a process one. I notice every month with the warrants that for the parking for Rosati's, you're charging $100 deposit and then you're refunding at the end of the month and then you're charging the deposit again, the beginning, the funding at the end of the month. And is there some reason we can't just have one deposit that is carried over for the full year?
Well, we can, but part of the process why we do that is in the past, checks were being held, not being deposited, and getting lost. So this is an audit trail. This is a record. So we can't have a applicant say,
It's important.
we did not return a check or we didn't deposit a check.
Being held for the full year, then you deposit it once and there it is. And then at the end of the year, it
Right, but
gets.
it's basically a new record. Once the rental period is over, if they rent, it's another rental period. And so we want to have a record of the rental period plus deposit, return of the deposit, closes out its process. It's an audit trail.
Can we get these people on the ACH?
So,
It's entirely up to them.
so Rebecca, could we just put this on hold? Because we got a lot to cover tonight. So, if everybody is okay, I think a proposal that we could get a motion on is $50 cleaning fees, $75 court fees, and $500 discount on the community hall. Is that for residents? Thank you. For
Residents.
residents.
How many resident bookings do we have per year? If I don't know that, I'm not comfortable, so I can be overridden.
Did anyone want to do anything about the parking lot as well?
No.
Because that's a lease problem.
It's a
Part of this
problem. It's an unsolved problem.
Well, it's a different problem. It'd be a lease rather than master fees.
Yeah.
So we just need to solve that.
Yes,
So
it's urgent.
in 2025, we had 11 rentals.
Mhm.
But of the community hall, we do have a lot of rentals for nonprofits.
Mhm.
We're not charging anything. But for big events, we had 6.
So why aren't we charging anything for nonprofits?
We are now, we weren't.
Oh,
We're town sponsored, we're not.
Well, town sponsored. we're not.
Which does include the nonprofits. That's part of the whole
Which
Right,
nonprofit?
it's all part of the grants,
Oh,
their Plantner grant.
Yeah.
That's the other component that we also have to comply with too.
I thought it was over.
No, we still have a couple more years.
Getting close.
We're getting close.
Okay, so again, trying to close this one out. I've been asked. So would somebody be willing to make a motion?
I'm comfortable with moving ahead with your motion.
Okay. All right, then I'll make it as a formal motion that we increase the cleaning fees to 50, the court fees reduced to 75, and the community hall reduced by 500.
For residents.
For residents, thank you for keeping me on the straight and narrow.
And
That-
the motion is to approve the revised fee schedule for the parks and
And then
fields and
approve all
hall
the rest
rentals.
of it as is.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. All right, we're going to take so I'm going to close this public hearing. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then we're going to open up the next public hearing. Thank you, everybody.
They have water. I'm like, maybe.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to, order.
Like.
Thank you. Okay, before we start, I was asked whether we think we're going to get to 8D this evening, which is receiving an update and provide direction for the housing element. So we have an option to put it off to next meeting, or we could move it up because we have our two lovely planning department members here, and it seems like it would be nice to not have them have to stay until 11:30 at night. So are we okay either moving it up if we want to do the full agenda or postponing it now so you don't have to sit here?
Okay, moving it up.
I'm okay with it. Moving it up if you have 3 people here waiting.
Okay. No, wait, so that, just hang on. So all we're doing right now is finding out so that they know whether they're going to leave or not. I'm still going to do the public hearing, going to finish that, and then I'm going to potentially move this up in the regular agenda. I'm just using the break as some housekeeping here. So is everybody okay when we get to the regular agenda if we move 8D up? Okay, yes. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to finish the public hearing on the charter and then we'll get to you guys and then you guys can go home. Okay, so let's start with 7B. So who's giving the presentation?
Me, Darcy Smith, Town Manager.
Thank you, Darcy.
I'll be fast because frankly, this is the second public hearing. You already had the first one and there's actually nothing really new here. So your council priorities, again, these are maybe different than what I shared earlier from the community conversation. These are your 6 priorities. And one of the most important ones is the financial responsibility and long-term viability of the town. So this item is related to that. Tony will talk about the budget later, but you've seen this slide with the forecast and know that we are running out of money, tapping into our reserves tonight with the budget item that's coming up. We have a structural deficit and this black line is going to keep going down. In fact, it's going down even sharper. And so again, we've gotten community feedback from our survey that started last September with the Godby survey that identified 3 priorities for the community: the disaster preparedness, preparing for wildfires, protecting the town autonomy. We heard from residents that you don't want the zoning and land use planning decision made by the county, remaining an incorporated town with stable finances preserves our local decision-making authority. And then long-term fiscal stability. The residents have voiced that they want to ensure the town can continue delivering our services. So right now, as you know, we're general law and we defer to state law, even on municipal affairs, and we cannot adopt a real property transfer tax. So we're looking at the charter town. We're looking at it mainly to have the ability to adopt a real property transfer tax. But it's just also something that other cities do for other reasons. But for us, the main focus right now is that tax. About 26% of California cities have charters, so we're not unique in this, and many of our neighbors have them. And the council direction back in April was to utilize a brief, narrowly focused charter similar to the St. Helena model. It authorizes the tax I mentioned while keeping us subject to the other state laws that govern us to keep the process and the charter very simple and streamlined, and that led us to remain on schedule. The charter can be amended in the future by the voters, but the simplest charter has let us move this forward on schedule and present it for you tonight. So we are moving forward. This is our second public hearing. As I mentioned, we are marching forward towards a deadline. If the council decides to make a decision in July to place this charter and potentially a ballot measure on the ballot, and that would go before the voters in November. And in order to go into effect, right now, the charter and the real property transfer tax requires a simple majority, which is 50% plus one. So again, this is our second public hearing, and you know we followed the St. Helena model with a very simple, brief charter. We've researched a few things and researched that we determined the town does not need to specify the form of government in the charter. The charter that you see attached, which is still in draft format, has not been finalized, and we're not looking for any vote tonight. We just have to have this meeting for public review and comment, but there is a small red line in the charter that you'll see in your packet. So this is, again, a simple meeting tonight. We just want you to open and close the public hearing, receive public comment, and then we will return in July for you to make a final decision as to whether to place the final charter on the ballot. And you can make changes up until July, probably unlikely at this point, but just important to note that there's this public hearing has no effect on whether the charter could still be amended in the future. That can be done up until you consider placing it on the ballot, which would be scheduled in July. So with that, Catherine and I are available to ask questions. And I also want to give a thank you to her staff member, Lauren Tarpe, who's also been part of our team and been extremely helpful. So we're grateful for her work.
Thank you, Darcy. Are there questions for Darcy before we move on? No. Okay, great. Then let me open up the public hearing on 7B, which is the proposed adoption of a town charter. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak to the town charter? Okay, I see nobody here in the schoolhouse. And I see one hand online. Christy C., go ahead.
Can you please explain a charter city versus the city we are currently involved in? Thank you.
Okay, well, that was the slide that Darcy put up. So the slides are in the packet. But for us, the main consideration here is it gives us the ability to raise a real property transfer tax.
Can you explain to the public what this means?
Okay, well, I mean, that's what the slides were, Christy, but this is a chance for you to comment, not sort of a.
Well,
so do you
know, since we didn't have a open session with our residents, I think this is the time to do it.
Okay, well, thank you for your comment. So any other comments that you would like to make? Okay, guess Christie's muted, so I'm going to assume no. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on this item? All right, so is there anything, I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there anything else that you guys want to say about the charter that would help clarify?
I guess I would just refer the council and the public to particularly page 218 of the packet, which provides, it's high level, but provides the overview of the difference between a general law city, or general law town, which we are right now, versus a charter city or charter town. The key difference is that charter towns are authorized to exercise local authority over municipal affairs. And municipal affairs are defined in the Constitution and also case law determined by courts. And so there are specific powers that charter cities can exercise that general law cities cannot. The key one that we've been talking about is the power of taxation, and particularly the power to enact a real property transfer tax. There are other authorities that charter towns may exercise. They are not, however, included in the current draft of the charter.
Okay, great. Thank you for providing some clarity. All right, so
I do think, I mean, this is a public hearing. That's the only reason we're having it. And if people aren't following, I get concerned. So if my recollection is wrong, let me know. But when this first came up, the first hearing, we had a fulsome packet that actually, if I recall correctly, spelled out there's two types of towns. One's charter, one's general law. Here are some of the differences. So if Christy or others want to have a more comprehensive presentation, that exists, and maybe we could follow up with her to send the date that was first discussed. And I do think it's important for public understanding what it is and isn't, and it's on us as well as them to engage to understand it. So that's my only comment.
And could I just ask also, are we putting something up on the website about this, or is there going to be an FAQ, or what is the plan for that?
Yes, so I think we have an FAQ. I'll double check, but yeah, we do have an engagement website that people can go to.
and there is a description, as Catherine mentioned, in the packet, in this packet as well. It's not as detailed, I think, as the first one, but there's definitely, charter town, municipal affairs, et cetera. Okay, other
Yeah.
discussion?
So it is under engagement, and Darcy and I went through this earlier this week because I was curious about it. It's a little bit tricky to find, so I'll just let you know it's under community, under engagement. So which to me is not an obvious link, so it'd be nice to have it more prominent, to be honest. So, and in terms of charter, to me, just, general law generally is everything by state law. And then charter is a little bit more, cities get to do a little bit differently, than they get to expand more things than what state law just the guidance is. So.
Right, but in our case, we've sort of chosen to do Charter City Light, which is just basically take all of general law and change the taxation.
Right.
So just for most people's simple understanding is not much is changing. It's literally changing this taxation.
And right. And that's because July 22nd, there will be on the agenda whether we put something on the ballot or not. There is that vote at that point.
Right. That's when we're going to decide whether to put the charter city on and whether to put property transfer tax.
Exactly.
Yeah. Other discussion on this one?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask what seems to be, obviously I am a advocate for the charter town and have been for a long time because it helps us individuate ourselves as a town. However, Charter Light doesn't perform that function. And so my question is always, do I have to go back through this whole thing again? If we want to do if we want to actually make a robust charter, we're going to have to do these 2 public hearings. And I mean, it's one thing to come up with a good charter, but it's another thing to spend a whole year trying to go through the bureaucracy of it. It's going to be, it's time consuming as all get out, and staffing consuming, but also late nights.
Right, but this is the decision we as a council made, which was just.
Right, but I'm asking the question of, is it really just as arduous as this? Once you become a charter city, do you have to go exactly through, isn't there some like modifying our charter city program?
Generally speaking, no, the amendment process is the same as the adoption process, the 2 public hearings and then the placement on the ballot. That said, I would say the council is actually engaged in a much more robust discussion of this particular proposal. I would say, given that the council considered a range of options over a course of several council meetings. And so the two public hearings are really, I think, just a portion of what this council did when it considered adoption of the charter in the first place. I think it actually would be somewhat more expedited in comparison for an
Okay.
amendment.
Thank you.
And the finance committee also considered many, many options over several meetings.
All right. Any other comments on 7B? All right. So I'm going to close I guess I've closed the public hearing, and now I'm going to close the agenda item 7B and move on to the regular agenda. So as we agreed, we will move on to 8D. Excuse me. You just need a comment, right? There's no resolution.
Correct. The no resolution tonight. It was just the public hearing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Welcome, welcome.
I'll just make a second. I don't think you've met Akoi Wilson, our new senior planner, but just for the record, she's an official staff member, not a consultant, and we are incredibly lucky to have such a talented individual with us. She formerly worked at MidPenn, City of Half Moon Bay, and has a degree from, I think, Baylor in environmental science, and grew up in Colorado, but still loves California. So we're lucky to have her here, and she's focusing more on advanced planning. So this housing element, the safety element, these are things she's working on in addition to lots of other fun things.
Thank you for that introduction, Darcy. And then if I could be promoted to a panelist to share the presentation.
And Akoi, you see how I talk like I'm trying to,
Want me to get
if you
closer?
can't hear it echo behind you, then you're not talking close enough. What I find is if I put it in front of my mouth, even if it's a little farther away rather than to the side, it's significantly better.
Hey, good evening, Mayor Taylor and council members. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Akoi Wilson. I'm our senior town planner. And I will be presenting to you tonight on the housing element amendment, specifically the second draft of the housing element amendment. And we'll be seeking direction from the council tonight regarding next steps and potentially the authorization to submit to HC. I'll first walk us through some background on the housing element and the draft housing element amendment. And then I'll provide additional feedback on the content of the housing element amendment. We'll discuss HCD's comments that were received in March and the updates in the current draft of the housing element amendment in response to those comments. A bit of background on the housing element. It was first certified back in January 2024 and then was recertified in 2025. Around that same time, there were some discussions regarding one of the existing sites in the housing element and whether or not it was a feasible site to remain in the housing element, which led to the housing element amendment to be drafted, which we'll discuss how that's being addressed. And that was officially drafted around late 2025 and was brought to the council back in December 2025, and then was officially submitted in January 2026 after receiving that direction from council earlier in January. And then most recently, we received comments on that draft from HCD back in March. And since then, we've been working on addressing those comments and updating a second draft. So the previous draft amendment included the removal of the Dorothy Ford site, and to accommodate the units lost as part of removing that site, those units were reallocated to 2 new sites, as well as 1 existing site that was revised with the draft amendment. The Each of these three sites were also updated to have a proposed rezoning to a mixed-use, high-density zoning. All of this maintained our site inventory. It just redistributed how they were, but each category maintains the same amount of units, as well as our overall RENA number remains at 272. And so none of that has changed with the draft, and that remains the same with this draft as well. HCD had 5 main points in their comment letter. 3 of these stood out and 2 others were a bit more administrative. The first 2 involved the need for additional site analysis, as well as some research into the site constraints and infrastructure, specifically relating to the Skyline Open Space site, which was one of the new sites. So that has been addressed through adding additional language into the housing element amendment, as well as new conceptual site plans that we'll look at here in a moment. The third item involved just a reminder that staff will need to resubmit an electronic sites inventory, though this should be relatively simple given we're not changing our site inventory. And then their fourth point was they recommended that we consider, following our analysis, that we update the housing element programs or add additional programs to address the need for or to accommodate additional housing and affordable housing throughout the town, and specifically consider allocating funds to the Skyline Open Space site or a program to do so. And then lastly, there was just a reminder that we'll need to complete program 1-1B, which is the rezonings for the 3 sites. So basically what I just shared on the last slide, but just reiterating that this draft just includes additional text to sites that were already identified with the last draft, and just additional analysis for these sites to describe the feasibility of housing and the number of housing units that were identified on each of the sites, as well as conceptual site plans for each site. But just as a reminder, these are conceptual. So with the submittal in the future, these could certainly change, but the goal is to show that these sites could accommodate the number of units that are identified in our housing element. And then the main new addition would be a new program, which is program 4-5. And this is committing the town to publishing a notice of funding availability, or a NOFA, which will provide opportunities for applicants to come in and apply for affordable housing fund funds to build their sites within certain parameters that would be identified in the NOFA that we have an early draft of, but would have to continue to work on and then publish publicly. So the first site is the Village Square site. This, with a proposed amendment, has identified 20 very low income units, as well as 5 above moderate income units. And so the conceptual site plan shows 25 units, and this is a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. The main site constraints that we were seeing with this site is just the Saucil Creek setback in the rear of the site, as well as the goal to maintain the required parking for the existing commercial uses, as well as accommodate parking for the new housing units. And this site plan does include enough parking to accommodate both of those things within the town's code. The Christchurch site was a previously existing site that was updated with the last draft. It proposes 14 very low income units and 1 median income unit. So a total of 15 units that you'll see on the site plan here. And it would be a 2-story set to the far rear back of the site. It maintains the parking for the church, as well as all the existing church uses. The main constraints on this site exist actually more towards the front of the site. So they were putting minimal site constraints when looking at where to propose the new units. And lastly, the Skyline Open Space site. This was a new site added with the draft amendment. It proposes 16 very low income units. And for the conceptual site plan, we've included 16 1-bedroom units. This is to have a more low profile look of the site and considering that Skyline Boulevard is a scenic corridor. And it also accommodates the 200-foot scenic setback off of Skyline, though there would be the potential for a 100-foot setback. So we've shown that as well. But we are going with the greater of the two. And so again, these are 1-bedroom units. This is also to accommodate some of the infrastructure needs. So because of the limited utilities on the site, there were discussions that there would need to be on-site wastewater treatment systems, and it's best to accommodate these through smaller unit sizes. And so that's why we've gone with showing 16 individual 1-bedroom units on the site. The new program, the exact language is here. If you want to take a moment to read it. In summary, it would focus on establishing the NOFA as discussed earlier, which would support the development of 100% affordable housing projects, and it would include incentives specifically for the housing element sites. And these incentives, while they're not identified yet, an idea of it would be something like increased per unit subsidies over what some of the other affordable units might be able to receive or apply for. So next steps, tonight we're looking to receive direction from the council, and we'd like to ask the council to consider by motion authorizing staff to submit the draft housing element amendment to HCD. The public comment period will remain open through June 30th, 2026. So we would not submit until that public comment period is closed. And then following that, we would have 60 days that we'd be waiting to hear back from HCD. And then we would receive a response from HCD as to next steps. And then following that, we would, if HCD were to not have additional comments to address, we would be bringing it forward to the town council for adoption. If there were additional comments, we would be going through this process again. And lastly would just be implementation, which many of the items to implement the draft housing element amendment are already in draft or complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Clarifying questions, Cozy? Sure.
Okay, so I want to just confirm, there's nothing, this is in response only to the HCD comments that you listed. We're not trying to change anything else. And from your perspective, the changes are consistent with the prior housing element, but updated. Like there's nothing, no surprise.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
the only new addition would be that program.
NOFA.
Everything else is just language that most of which would have already been discussed at public meetings or a discussion of establishing the sites. We've just bulked up the site analysis and content relating to each of the sites.
So on page 126 of 407, it talks about mixed use zoning districts, and there's a little more redlining in there than I thought was needed. Can you just confirm you were trying to clarify something there? It's just above the site's inventory. Page 6, adequate site.
Sorry, you said page 126?
126, yes, of 407. I'm clicking through the online link. So I think that should be accurate, but it's a section entitled mixed use zoning districts.
Or it's 119 if you're just looking at your packet. So Judith's number's in the packet and it's 119 in the actual document, depending on which you're looking at.
I'm in the actual document, or I'm on the linked.
Right. Well,
whatever
the
link
page
was.
number at the bottom of that page is 119.
Yes, yes.
Even
and
though
up
I
in
agree
there-
that PDF says 126. So I was
Yeah.
just trying to help her,
Correct.
depending on how she's trying to look it up, because she's got
Exactly.
paper in front of her.
Yeah. I came prepared. I knew I was going to have to screen share. So yeah, the mixed use zoning districts section.
Yeah.
Correct. Let me just give it a brief look over. Yeah, so all of this language would have been related to the last draft. So we haven't altered this in any way. It's really to address the updated mixed use zoning for each of these 3 sites. But nothing with that has changed since the last draft.
Well, it's redlined.
So thank you for asking that because it'll help provide some additional clarification. We did add a supplemental document online that highlights the version to try to differentiate between what red line is associated with the overall draft housing element amendment and the sections that were added as part of the this second draft, if that makes sense. So just because it's red line doesn't necessarily mean we've added it with this current draft. We're maintaining the red line throughout the entire draft housing element amendment while we're submitting to HCD, just to ensure that there's clarity for them as to what's been updated from our original housing element.
So it's a cumulative red line.
Correct, yeah,
Yeah,
for the draft,
okay.
for the
Got
amendment,
it.
yeah.
Okay. So there really isn't that much cumulative change. If I look at this amount of redlining, there's not, it's very targeted. It looks like an incremental red line.
Yeah, the overall red line throughout the document should be relatively minimal. You're going to see the bulk of it in terms of the housing, the actual sites themselves, as those were deleted and updated. So there's a lot more red line there. But otherwise, throughout the document, the red lines would mostly be associated with the updated mixed use, high density zoning, and then a little bit in the sites inventory, just showing where some of those units moved around during the previous draft. But again, the sites inventory numbers remain the same as our original housing element.
Okay, so this round you didn't make the changes in that paragraph.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Rebecca?
So I just want to clarify this redlining situation because I looked at the link to the second draft version. So you're saying that even if it's red line, that doesn't distinguish what HCD has already seen?
Correct. So the red line would have carried over from the previous draft housing element amendment. So going back to prior to January 23rd, 2026. So there's red line. If you have the document that's just red line, that's the essentially clean in a way. That version is going to be anything that's been added to our housing element associated with the draft or deleted. And then we added a version on the website where staff went through and we added yellow highlight to anything that was added just with this draft.
So how does HCD know whether or not you responded to their question, to their letter?
We checked with HCD as to what they wanted to receive, and they wanted the red line for the entire draft. So I think they want to continue to see how it's cumulatively changing. Not that I can speak for them, but assuming they want to see what's cumulatively changing from our original housing element before fully approving our draft amendment.
Seems like more work for them, but who knows? They put it through AI anyway. I know that for a fact. So I had one substantive question, and then before I get to that one, I just wanted, how do you want to handle typos and errors, the tiny little problems that I've seen in the document? How would be best to handle that? Because I have about 10 of them.
I may defer to our town manager or our attorney, but I think if you wanted to provide those just in writing or in comments to us after the fact, we could go through and fix any very minor typos.
Okay, so then my substantive one is related to this total new program, the 4-5 NOFA program. How was the decision made to word that so that it only accommodates 100% affordable housing projects as opposed to mixed affordable housing projects?
We worked with a consultant who has worked on these in several jurisdictions. This was their recommendation in terms of the NOFA language, but I think there could be room to discuss if there is something that might better suit the town and our priorities.
Did you discuss the idea of limiting, of not having it for 100%, but instead having it phrased so that the funding would go to VLI and LI unit, regardless of whether or not the whole project is 100% or not? But because what we need is VLI units more so than 100% affordable, which could include moderate affordable as well. Could even include 100% moderate affordable, which is the last thing we need. So was there any discussion of just spelling out that we, this would be money for VLI and LI unit?
Not specifically.
Okay.
Can I just jump in? I think that could be reasonable though, because I don't think this town has, well, affordable housing is new to this town. We don't know exactly what we'll get, but I think if you look at what we're trying to accomplish in the housing element, it's to accomplish very low and low income. And I think we just would be grateful for any opportunity we have to provide assistance.
Let's see, 407-page document. Let's see, I have a typo, I have a correction, substantive, we talked about that. What was HCD's advice about correcting the document? There's a lot of things that have changed since this original document was passed back in May or whatever, 2 years ago. And things that we've accomplished since then. So we've put in place all these new zonings, we've done all this other stuff that we committed to doing, and we did it now. But what was HCD's advice about kind of updating some of these things where we say, we will redo the zoning in March of 2024, and now we've done it. So they said not to just to leave it the way it was, or?
Yeah, HCD didn't provide any comments on that in their letter specifically this time.
Forest Planning Building Director. So one of the other things to look at is that this plan is a moment in time. Adoption date is the adoption date, and we're tracking other progress outside of the plan. So going back and amending it truly is looking at very specific amendments, when we're doing the updates to the sites and then to address the comments, but not to go back and, have this as like a living document.
Okay. And then we have discussed a little bit about the idea of going, our current multifamily is a 20 to 23. And then we had a discussion a little bit about the 20 to 25. Could you talk a little bit about that, the decision to go to 20 to 25 as opposed to staying at the 20 to 20?
So that was previous discussions with town council and planning commission that was decided upon and approved for the submittal of the last draft, from my understanding.
Okay. Yeah. The rest of mine are all little typo things.
I can add a little bit more onto that. There still is a 20 to 23 in there, and that's for our multifamily. These sites are the only sites that are going to have the mixed use high density, and that's the only sites that are going to go up to 25. And so I think that's just to accommodate additional units that were necessary to meet our RHNA numbers.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The NOFA program is sort of new to me, and can you help me just a little bit understand whether there's any point of pressure that the town actually has some ability to adjust where we see the NOFA funds being done, or is there any control, or are we just saying go for it with this?
So the town would have essentially a document, which would be the actual NOFA itself. So the notice would contain provisions as to what can apply for the available funding, what funding might be available, how much of it you could identify per unit, you could identify how much per the affordability level. So there's a lot of things that the town would have control over in terms of what we would incorporate into the actual NOFA itself. And so that's the program is not tying us to those exact provisions, other than maybe spending the 100% if that was direction we received. But having the program in there itself is really just committing us to at least publish a NOFA. So publicly, developers that are interested in building affordable units would know that we have X amount of funding available and how much they might be able to come in and apply for. And then we would be selecting if they could and how much they could receive. And so there's a lot of flexibility in there still that we would be able to incorporate in the physical NOFA itself.
So I guess it comes under the heading of, can we show preference in the NOFA as to location?
Our understanding is yes, we can identify certain sites in our housing element that we would like to encourage or provide those funds to. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Catherine, but my understanding is yes, you can provide that as long as it's clearly laid out in the NOFA itself.
Thank you. Amazing.
Is that it, Mary?
Yep.
Thank you. Ellen?
So, I appreciate what you guys have done with the update, and meeting HCDs around the infrastructure. The NOFA, a couple of things, actually, before I get into the NOFA, Councilmember Flynn's comments about 100% versus, VLI. I did want to flag Santa Clara now County, San Mateo, I'm not finding it, but Santa Clara County also now has acutely low income, which is 15%, which I'd never seen before. So I wanted to flag that. So, because that's even lower than extreme, actually acute. So I, and I know sometimes developers have a hard time if they don't have access to, for, all the different levels. So just saying that. In terms of the NOFA, is it similar to a community land trust kind of idea? But it's not like.
I'm not sure. I think if you could rephrase or add on to your question, maybe that'll help. Or...
Okay, can you go to the slide about the NOFA? The new program, right. So an affordable housing trust fund. So this is through, so community land trust is actually usually a separate entity, but this is still managed by the town, right? This affordable housing trust fund.
This is our fund.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that it was not a community trust fund. Yeah. Great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions. It doesn't sound like we have to define the NOFA today, but I'm with Rebecca. I like the idea of a VLI and an LI rather than 100%. I think that the more we can do to help encourage people to build, the better. So I would be in favor of that. You said this would come back to the council. Does it also go to the planning commission when it comes back?
For yes,
in your timeline, it comes back through. So it just you didn't have it there. I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah. And then finally, on the subsidies through the NOFA, this is going to be like prevailing wage and things like. I mean, will all that be whatever the requirements are? Will those be defined? Because I know when we were dealing with some other low-income housing here, we ran into a bunch of problems where we wanted to help, and then it was like, oh, well, it didn't have prevailing wage and this and that. So the NOFA clearly defines what you need to do to meet the requirements for the funds, in addition to what they could apply to.
Correct. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, perfect. That's my questions. Thank you. Okay. So let me open it up for public comment.
Could I ask one more quick question? What kind of comments in the public have you heard in general? Have you gotten anything submitted?
We've received one public comment so far. Staff received it late this afternoon, so we haven't had a chance to really look much into it. Generally speaking, I would say it's relating more to traffic flow, those kinds of things.
All right. So let me open up for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Please come up to the mic. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. I'm not sure there are comments or questions because I'm not sure exactly, but I can make them and if they can be,
So
or they can be.
well, if you make them into comments, because this is public comment, that's always the best. If there are questions that other council members feel would help enlighten the council, they can sometimes ask to get them answered.
Okay, so one of the comments I have is I'm confused when you talk about developers and
you probably want to be closer to the mic.
sorry, I'm confused with some of the comment about it's available for developers, but there are specific sites listed and some of them are developers themselves. So is it related to those people only or anyone could come to those sites even though they're privately owned? So that's a little confusing to me as to what the relationship is between the generic term developers and the owners of those particular properties. Because they're not really open to any developer, if I'm not mistaken.
Through the mayor, would you like me to address that?
If you,
I
you're-
might suggest, just so your time doesn't run out,
Yeah.
that if you have more questions, maybe you
Could
can
you-
go through all of them.
Oh, okay.
all your comments.
that would be good,
If
yeah.
one of the sites doesn't move forward, it's like the owner of that site decides they don't want to do this because it's economically not viable. How does the city get other sites since there's only a very limited number? And we're now, I know at one point someone had raised a question at a different meeting that they called this low income housing. And they were corrected very vehemently that this is not as affordable housing, but by reading page 142, this is defined as very low income, and ultra low income. So I think there might be some misunderstandings in the community that this is actually low income housing and we should be very open and honest about that. And the Nova, does that go to the buyers of the property or the developers of the property? And I'm not sure clearly how that was intended to work. In the proposal, there were a couple comments about changes to environmental and other rules and regulations, and specifically at the village site, that there would be some very large trees that needs to get cut down. And my question is not specific to that, but just in general, does this waive any requirements by developers in any of the sites to not follow all the environmental and other legal obligations they have? Or are there remedies that are available for them to get around those? So it wasn't clear for me in the description, since it stated that they would have to be cutting down trees, that implies that that's an approved decision since it's stated in the document. Thank you.
Those are sort of common questions.
Those are my comment
Okay.
questions.
I don't know if you guys got those or not. If you want to answer them now, or the other thing we could do is potentially look at the recording, answer them and post them on the website so that they're publicly available.
Whichever you prefer, I
Uh,
could answer some of them now. And
Sure.
so relating to who could apply to the NOFA, that would be something that would be laid out in our published NOFA. It likely, some of the draft language that we currently have would be it's for nonprofits, for-profit organizations, limited liability companies, the list goes on. So it could essentially be open to anyone who wanted to apply for that NOFA. The second question, sorry, I'm trying to think through them all. There's another question regarding the commitment to the tree removals and those kinds of things. Nothing in the housing element or the housing element amendment is an approval of any sort. So any applicant that's coming in, whether they're at a housing element site or another site, would still have to go through the required process, whichever is indicated. If it's going through a discretionary review process, it would go through the appropriate discretionary review. If it's a streamlined ministerial approval project, it would go through that ministerial process, but everything would be reviewed with the town code and with state law. I think I'm blanking on some of the other questions, but I hope
So,
that helps.
so one of them was if one of the new areas didn't get built, what are the consequences? And my understanding is if we zone it, it's up to builders to build it. It's not up to us to force anybody to build it.
Yeah, that's correct.
And the next cycle, we may have to then rethink this, but in this cycle, it's up to a developer to decide to build it or not.
Correct, yeah.
And so I think we got generally your questions is, if there's more, please send them in.
Also, you asked about the private property rights versus a developer. Generally, it's private property rights and they can work with the developer. They can develop it themselves. You know, it's up to the property owner to how they would like to move forward. So for instance, Ladera Church, which is, is working with Habitat for Humanity. Something else about developers you need to be aware of is there are two types. There's at market rate, and then there's affordable housing developers. So two different, they get their capital stack from different sources. So generally affordable housing works with affordable housing developers. So different sources of affordable housing capital to get it built.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Any other in the room? All right, then I'll go online. Christy?
Yeah, I was wondering if you can just explain the differences between different developers and how they perform housing.
He's asking different kinds of the developers. So, I mean, sort of nonprofit versus for profit. Can you make it a quick? Is that it, Christy?
Yep.
Okay, great. We just don't want your timer to run out. Okay.
So Christy, I'll take this one if that's okay. I mean, affordable housing developers usually have 5 to 9 sources of places of capital. They're 4% low income tax credits, 9% low income tax credits, the mortgage, the revenue from the rents that the people pay, so it's, and then the local funding sources from the local cities. There are 5 sources for, and then sometimes I was at a ribbon cutting a few weeks ago and they had 9 sources. Sometimes the county comes in, it just depends on the development. And that's how these projects get built. It's a lot of paperwork and a lot of tracking and a lot of administration over it. So, and I'm happy to talk to you.
Yeah, the public needs to understand all this. And so the more open sessions we can have to understand this, please provide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. All right, anyone else in the schoolhouse? Anyone else online? All right, I'm going to close public comment. Bring it back to the council. So are there other discussion points? Otherwise, we need to consider authorizing staff to submit this draft housing element to the state HCD. So other comments before we?
So I know we're dealing with a lot at the moment, but I do have to say that having a 400-page document to read on top of 300 on top of whatever, all in one meeting, I don't think it does the public the service they're owed. And I don't think it does the council well either, because it's so easily interpreted as, a rubber stamp or anything. So I just want to put that out there, because we do have to figure out how to build in a process so people can feel like they're informed while moving things in a time that's difficult. So I just want to acknowledge that that's something we're all dealing with, and we should continue to think about how to stage that. So for something like this that's so important, I think you've done a nice job. I would have liked more time with it, to be honest, because it is so dense, and the redlining for me was extra confusing. Now, you've done a great job clarifying it today, so thank you. But I do think it seems in good shape. You've been thoughtful. I'm pretty comfortable with it. So I thank thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. Rebecca?
So my only, well, the main thing I have is the NOFA language. The reality is that Portola Valley doesn't need 100% affordable housing developments. What we need is funding for VLI or less, or even acutely or extremely, though I don't think we'll be able to support that level of need. But our housing element really requires VLI. That's where we have a big gap. And we've learned from Habitat for Humanity that that even affordable housing developers such as Habitat for Humanity have tremendous expertise in building affordable housing units. They cannot pencil out VLIs. So it's very important that we would dedicate our affordable housing funds towards supporting the building of VLIs. And most of the developers that might come into the town, even the affordable housing developers, will need the extra public support to put in some VLIs in addition to their other affordable units. I mean, as a principal, my personal preference, and I think it fits much better into Portola Valley, is to have mixed income developments for multifamily developments and mixed use, to encourage mixed income units. I think it would fit much better into the town. So for that, I would change that language to say to support the development of VLI or LI units. I think VLI is a broad enough term that it also includes even lower levels. So that would be my main change to the document.
One clarifying question. Does the NOFA language go to HCD or just that we'll have a notice?
No, the NOFA language is just done through the town's process.
Right. So I think we can fix that later. To get because
No, I want it fixed in the safety element because I do not want it going to only 100% affordable projects. I want it to be able to go to, this money would not be able to go to Valley Fair, Village, would not be able to Village, would not be able to go to Christ Church, because neither of those are 100% affordable. So
right, what I meant was the draft housing element doesn't have the NOFA language in it. So
it does. It has that little statement says the money will be used for 100% affordable projects.
I thought I just asked. So do we have to update that in this amendment? Or
I think if we don't want to commit to 100%, then I would recommend that we modify the language. If I could make a simple recommendation, I think we could also there were discussions about this, that we could leave the program more general, which will give us more flexibility with the NOFA itself. The caveat being, from our understanding, HCD does like specifics, so that could be something that they might come back with additional specifics, but we could go more general and simply just strike out the 100% and say to support affordable housing projects. And then the NOFA itself would define the very low, really low, whatever we want to define as.
I would be concerned that then we would have people who have moderate income projects claiming that they should also be able to get this money. That's why I would prefer to have it just go to VLI and LI, and that's it. People know what to expect. VLI is a term that considers the lower levels, and LI, would make an option too. The NOFA could then specify the VLI units would get a higher amount of funding than an LI unit. But the actual document, I think, should say VLI and LI, because the reality is there's a lot of funding available for 100% affordable housing projects. The state has it.
No, it's oversubscribed. It's really hard to get. In this area, because of our cost of living, it's extraordinarily hard to get. So, and as we talk to Habitat for Humanity, they can't build at those levels, even if we support, so this blocks out the potentially from more things getting built. So I like more affordable housing in general. So I agree that I want to support VLI, but I'm really, really concerned by saying that it has to be VLI, that developers are going to look at it and they're not going to be able to build it.
VLI or LI.
Yes, both. So I'm worried about that by limiting it. I would recommend personally, what I would say is 100% affordable units, right? So that they could be in the mixed unit. The state funds are hugely oversubscribed.
Yeah, but then if you look at a mixed affordable development, there's no funding. There's absolutely no funding for that type of thing. So you can get a private developer who's willing to do some LI or VLI units. They'll never pencil out because they can't get any support.
But
Whereas
that's
if you do
where-
100% affordable development, you can at least apply, even though it is oversubscribed, you can at least apply for something. Whereas if you have a mixed affordable project, there's absolutely no money you can afford. So the reality in Portola Valley is nothing is going to be built here at 100% affordable. It's just not going to pencil out with the cost of the land. So if we have any hope of having VLI units, we have to allow market rate units for which we wouldn't be subsidizing those units. But maybe a developer would put in a VLI unit if we were helping to subsidize.
But that's when they get the inclusionary, like by state, there are required inclusionary units that they can do with density bonuses.
You heard the Habitat for Humanity guys. He can't pencil out a VLI.
Not for 2 units.
No, he can't. He specifically said he can't pencil out a VLI unit because the amount that they have to pay just in terms of property taxes, in terms of other things that they never could pencil out without, pretty much public funding for it.
So can we move this back to,
Okay.
Rebecca, why don't you finish up your comments?
Yeah, my comment is just to change that to support the development of VLI and LI units and not to
Thank you.
specify it. The rest are just small typo things, pretty much.
Mary? Okay, thank you. Helen?
So, could I get obviously 100% affordable is not always feasible. So could we do it as VLI or in units, inclusionary units, or, the 10 or 15%?
Yeah. Well, so you have a lot of discretion when it comes to actually implementing your adopted Affordable Housing Fund policy and deciding how to allocate the funds. And HCD has a different interest, and I remember talking to HCD about this and talking to the consultant. So I'll just say that their view is that right now the VLI units are on town property, and we would have the ability, for example, to do what a lot of cities do, which is make that land available for free, right? And so they remove the land costs. I think HCD is just interested in the town providing support and funding to affordable housing that's on now private property. So I would suggest that we follow ACOE's recommendation, just remove the 100%. We can talk through it with HCD if they have follow-up questions, but I think that the 100% could lead to a challenge in implementing our NOFA. So that would be my recommendation. Just remove the 100%, get it up to HCD. And what we do when we submit to HCD is we offer to meet with them and talk through things. We can talk through this, and if they demand it, we will come back to you.
Great. Are you okay with that?
Well, as long as the NOFA, the actual NOFA goes out and it provides funding levels that only apply to VLI and LI and not moderate, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's something I think we could accommodate.
I support that. Thank you.
And the only caveat I had, you could also say LI and lower. I'm not sure how to phrase lower.
My
but,
recommend-
there will be additional, since I went to the ABAG meeting, there are going to be additional lower, acutely low that come into the next housing element. So, like limiting it to 2 bands, we'll probably have to rethink that.
Yeah, and that's something I would say we could implement in the NOFA.
Yeah. Okay.
And just to clarify the facts right now, Habitat Humanities Project is low income. It's not moderate, it's not VLI, and that's the only builder we're aware of right now that is interested in building deed restricted affordable units in town. So I think we're on a right path to success here.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. I don't have any comments. Do you feel like you've got enough direction?
Yeah, just to reiterate the direction I think staff has received tonight will be that we'll strike out, pending the motion, would be to strike out the 100% on the NOFA language. And then we'll receive any additional comments relating to typos. We'll address those. And then we'll also be waiting for public comment to see what else comes through. And then pending town council's motion tonight, potentially be resubmitting to HCD, if that sounds correct.
And if you get more public comment, would that cause you to change the draft? Would it come back to us if you decided to change? I mean, it seems unlikely, but I'm just trying to understand the process.
I would say, or I'll let our director speak.
I think if there was public comment that warrants additional discussion or bringing back to town council, that's a consideration. I think, like the one public comment we received so far, and also I want to clarify, that was through the public comment form online. It wasn't submitted as part of public comment for this meeting, so
Right.
that's why it wasn't in the packet, but it will be provided later. But the goal is to hear the public comment, and if there is anything that really warrants a red flag, we could bring it back to council, but we can give you an update to you guys too.
Okay, yeah. Just, all right. I mean, this sounds reasonable to me. So I would entertain a motion.
So moved with the one change, removing 100%.
In a second.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? You're good. I just didn't hear you. No, we're all good. I'm sorry, what? Okay, are there abstentions? Are you abstaining? Like, okay. All right, so 4 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. All right, so with that, I'm going to close 8D and bring us back to 8A. Thank you, Tony, very much for patiently waiting. Thank you, Akoi. Great presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening again, members of council. Tonight's item is the culmination of about 4 months of work, beginning with in March, the council study session. Council defines priorities for.
No.
So again, these are the council priorities as defined in our March study session. Since then, there's been several check-ins by council during this process. In one meeting, we determined our council approved a 2.5% COLA increase and salary schedule. The council also provided direction on town committee funding and nonprofit funding. The town council also reviewed the capital improvement plan budget and provided direction. And at the last council meeting, council also received a preliminary review of the proposed budget. And tonight is the end result of that process. So again, these are the council priorities as defined by council. We also have some community priorities related to the PD conversation that we discussed earlier today. And some of these items are in the budget: wildfire prevention, vegetation and rust management, police patrols, and maintain town autonomy. And but the one item that we probably need to consider for future budgets is investing in our deteriorating storm drain system. So in looking at general fund revenues, we're estimating about 8.4 million in general fund revenues. It's a $468,000 increase, or a 5.9%. Tax revenues are anticipated to increase about 310,000. And with the new user fees adopted, we're looking about an estimated increase of 158,000. This chart shows the breakdown of our sources of general fund revenues. As you can see, the majority of our revenue comes from property taxes. And we've had many discussions about property tax and the limitations that we have related to Prop 13. Our property tax growth is as a result of either new home sales or redevelopment that triggers a reassessment. And our other tax revenues, if you add them all up together, approximately 75 to 77% of our general fund revenue. Sales and use tax is 4%. Again, and that's primarily driven by, we have one business that generates about a third of our sales tax revenue. On the expense side, we're looking about 9.1 million and resulting in a deficit of almost 679,000. But the year-to-date expense increases 884,000. The largest increase is the sheriff's contract, which we discussed earlier. About 488,000 is the sheriff's contract. Use of consultants has increased a little bit. Again, it's providing more support to planning and building services, also anticipating cost increases related to, we are in the process of completing a review of new IT providers. So we did increase the budget for IT website consultants as well in the budget. So looking at general fund expenses, as I stated earlier, 9.1 million. It's 10.8% increase. Sheriff's contract, 488,000. Consultants, 158,000. And then salaries and benefits totaling 145,000. Part of it is the 2.5% COLA increase. Also, we're starting the year with fewer vacant positions as we did in previous years. So salaries and benefits will be higher in comparison to previous years. So the budget does support 15 full-time equivalent positions. This is a half a point decrease from the previous year. We no longer have part-time associates working the front desk. We will be filling one position, senior development review technician, building inspector, that will be manning the front desk. We also have some consultant support in that area as well. And then in finance, we'll be recruiting for a finance manager and an accountant one, but we will not be increasing the total number of personnel on staff. So contract services and consultants, for example, the town attorney, this contract, public safety, we have the county sheriff, Woodside Fire, also dispatch services. And then consultants, we have planning and building with Good City, CSG, Interwest, and Schumes Coda. We passed their contracts tonight. And then with information and technology, as I mentioned earlier, we had 6 proposals received for IT. We did interview 5 firms. We've whittled it down to 2 or 3. We're in the process of determining which provider to go with. We should have a selection in the next couple of weeks. And the budget does assume a $30,000 increase from the previous provider. So just a history of the county sheriff contract, 2.5 million for 26-27. As per the contract, it's an increase of 197,000. However, we've discussed in previous meetings, the impact to the general fund is 488,000. And that is, related to the $197,000 increase, the expiration of credits of 211,000 from the county, use of ARPA funds of 100,000, and then we were able to use $20,000 in TOPS funding because it was 508, so we reduced it to 488. But this was an increase that had been deferred over the past 3 fiscal years. It's finally come home to the general fund. Our capital project budget is 1.45 million with 986,000 related to our streets. Our annual street resurfacing project has started. We're looking for completion in the fall. And then post-adoption, we're going to still have some decisions to make in regards to Ford Field bathroom, the Valley Oak Trail bridges, and the Shawnee Pass speed humps, excuse me. So looking at all funds summary, looking at spending appropriation of 12.4 million in total revenue, 12.38 in total expenses. These numbers are a little bit different than what's on the resolution. And that's primarily because the resolution appropriation includes use of reserves on both the expense and revenue side. So that's why the resolution numbers are a little bit different than what's being reported on the all fund summary. But we need to have those numbers so that we can have the spending authority and also the revenue authority. So this is an update to the fiscal forecast. So by the end of 26-27, we're looking at being at the 20% limit. And by fiscal year 30-31 being at 0. And this is the general fund reserve. Being below the limits will create some challenges for the town. If there's a natural disaster, if there's a road failure, it could have some impact on the town's autonomy moving forward. And without new local revenue, we would be looking at some significant service cuts just to keep us at the 20% level. And as stated, this is the culmination of the last 4 months. I want to thank the council for their guidance and direction. I also want to thank staff for their input. We've had many meetings and discussions about where we need to go. And I also want to thank the finance committee. They have been an excellent source of guidance and assurance in the work that we are doing. But as I stated, the budget as presented is a snapshot of the town's current financial situation. There is a structural deficit that needs to be addressed. And this is going to be our issues moving forward. So with that concludes my report, and I give it back to council for discussion.
Thank you, Tony. So clarifying question on Tony's presentation. Rebecca?
Yeah, thank you for the great presentation. Could you just clarify a little bit the 30K increase for the IT? Is that additional services or is it pretty much what you have now?
Cost increase. All of the proposals came in higher than what the previous provider. We are getting more service and also more of a virtual CIO, more strategic planning. They've all pretty much stressed that. So yeah, there will be an increased level of service with the new rates.
And just to confirm, I know you've told us this in the past, this does not include the potential extra VLF.
Yes, I do not.
Okay.
I do not budget the shortfall until I'm told it's coming.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Mary? No? Ellen?
So as always, thank you for making this clear and easy to understand. So a few questions. Could you talk about the trail rehabilitation and which pot of money that's coming out of?
So we have several pots of money. We have in our 401 capital projects fund, we have about 25,000. We also have monies in gas tax and some of our Measure A, Measure M, Measure W money can be used in the right of way if it's related to any type of safety. But it's predominantly the capital projects fund and the gas tax fund that we're funding vegetation management and trail maintenance.
Could I follow on that? Just so how much of that's coming out of the general fund versus these other special funds?
The 25 is coming out of the general fund capital projects fund. The remaining is coming out of gas tax.
Right.
And we also have the Woodside Fire component as well. So that's about 100. So yeah, general fund is Woodside Fire for vegetation management, trails maintenance, and then we also have general fund for our gas tax for vegetation management.
Okay. In terms of salaries, for staff, we don't seem to have actual steps. We have a range.
We have salary ranges, yes.
And what would it take to get steps? And like, would we need to bring that back to council if we chose?
Any change to the salary schedule, salary structure would require council approval.
Okay, thanks. Could you talk about the 17,000 for council dues from 25 that?
That was an error. It should have been, it was emergency services JPA was charged to council instead of non-departmental,
Thank you.
but it was still a general fund expense.
Okay. Okay. And it looks like, can you explain under town manager for that the salaries are supposed to go down to 713,000 from
Yes.
797?
Yeah, that's related to the assistant town manager's salary being allocated between town manager and finance, whereas in this fiscal year was 100% town manager.
Great, thanks for explaining that. Can you explain the why the cafeteria plan is expected to go down in 27? Like 10,000, like I just would expect things to go up from 80,000 this year, 26 to 70,000.
I don't have an answer.
I stumped you. Sorry, I did not mean to stump you.
The only thing I think is just, I mean, it's just how it calculates.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I did not mean to
No,
stump you.
no.
Okay.
But I mean, they fluctuate year to year.
Okay.
Part of it is also the actual number of employees we have compared to what we don't have.
Yeah, I just would have expected it to go up. It's nice to see that it's supposed to go down.
Well, okay, I'll tell you why. It was because we had positions budgeted that were not, or that were not filled.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we went from education and training from 0 for fiscal 26 to almost 13,000 for 27 for education and training.
That's for one specific department, because overall development is going way up from the previous year.
Because what's going way up?
Development, training.
Got it. Okay. Okay. And I'm just confused for town attorney expenses fiscal year 26 is showing 0. And then
Yeah,
20.
some of the previous year reports were not picking up data.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Why does the accounting and auditing expenses really fluctuates widely from?
Right, because in 23, 24, and 22, 23, we were using Krish and Company. And we stopped using them in 23, 24.
Great. Okay. And Woodside Fire Services, looks like it would go down by about 50,000 from 330 to 270. I guess that's 60,000 something going down for 27. That's on page 53 of the budget packet. Sorry. It looks like maybe the fuel mitigation program going down and the,
Reduce the amount we're spending on it.
We went from 80 to 60 days
right.
for
that's
vegetation
right.
management.
Okay. Cutting where we can. Okay. And let's see. Okay, the real property transfer tax that is being shown right now, that is from what we get from the county, is that correct?
That is what we're currently getting, yes.
Okay. And then I don't know if you'll know this. You can get back to me if not. I know Measure A is aging out, sunsetting out soon. And what role would Portola Valley take in re-upping that if possible?
Well, that's a sales tax, so that would require a county vote.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, what's the VLF in lieu? I know you don't include it in our budget, but what would we expect given hopefully the current budget negotiations? Is it like 200,000?
Yes, so right now for 22, 23 and 23, 24, the total amount of the shortfall for the town is about 405,000. My understanding is that there is funding in place for the 23, 24 at 66%, which is about 300 and, that amount's gonna be about 200,000. If they have put in place funding for 22, 23, but the governor still has to sign the budget and he's got line item veto, so we don't know if that's going to be in or not. But if he does sign the budget with those two amounts in there, then yes, we would be looking at an additional 400,000 in VLF.
Right, and that would go directly to the deficit.
Yep.
In the general fund.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would not come back with a budget to say we're going to spend it.
No, yeah, peace. I mean, I'm just saying that, I mean, it seems like one of those passing is reasonably likely. Both of them passing probably unlikely.
Right.
But when people think about the deficit, hopefully we're at least thinking that it's likely to be $200,000 or less than what you're proposing. So that was my point. So, okay. With that, let me open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak? This is your chance, Mark. Thank you for hanging in
Oh
here.
my gosh.
Very first public comment in any forum ever,
Except on the finance committee.
except the finance committee. Right. Is
Welcome.
this on now? Okay. So my name is Mark Waysar, and while I serve on the town's finance and audit committee, my comments tonight are my own. A key element of the committee's charter is to review and recommend for adoption the town's annual budget. The committee met on June 2nd to review the proposed budget, but we made no recommendation. I would like to do so tonight. Specifically, I recommend that the town council delay for 2 weeks adopting a budget with a significant deficit and instead request town staff to prepare a 6-month balanced budget from July through December. This will get us through the November election, at which time the town council will be able to adopt another 6-month budget for the second half of the fiscal year, knowing the will of the town's voters. I believe a balanced budget may be achievable for the next 6 months without reducing the cost of the sheriff contract. I highlight 2 possibilities as examples using annual estimates. First, the recent promotion of the town's finance director, which, by the way, I think is tremendously well received. We are very lucky to have Tony McFarland in our town. It created a vacancy for the finance director. Based upon the town's salary schedule and associated benefits, the estimated cost of the finance director role is about $250,000. If the assistant town manager continues in his duties as finance director for the time being, the town will save this amount. Second, the current budget includes paying $272,000 to Woodside Fire Protection District for fire services. The taxpayers of Portola Valley contribute over 1/3 of Woodside Fire's annual budget. Last year, the district's revenues were $31 million and expenses were $26 million, generating a surplus of $5 million. The current cash balance in the fire district's general fund is well over $30 million. There must be a way to coordinate with Woodside Fire to provide fire services in our community without charging the town's taxpayers twice. These two items alone total $522,000 for the year, which closes the proposed budget gap for the general fund by 77%. These are just two examples. If the town council requests it, town staff can prepare a balanced budget for the next 6 months as a reasonable alternative to the budget in front of you tonight. I recommend the town council make this request. Even if the town council ultimately adopts a budget with a significant deficit, it should at least compare it to a balanced budget alternative. One of the town council's priorities is fiscal or financial responsibility. Financial responsibility means timely audits and balanced budgets. The town currently has neither. I suggest we start with a balanced budget for the next 6 months. Thank you all for your dedication and your time in leading our community.
Thank you, Mark. And just to reiterate, those are your personal comments rather than comments from the Finance Committee, but I appreciate your comments. Okay, so anybody else in the room who wants to raise their hand? I don't see anybody in the schoolhouse. Anybody online? I'll wait just a moment. All right, I don't see any hands online, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. Who would like to go first?
I'll just
Great.
follow up
Thank you.
on Mark's comment. Don't we have to approve the budget this week?
Yes,
And the ramifications if we don't are?
we have no spending authority. So we can't spend a dime.
Can't spend a dime. So I don't know, Tony, if you have any thoughts around, I mean, we could do it the flip side, which is approve it and then see if we can push things toward a balanced budget. Do you have any thoughts on that after the fact?
The assuming or staying in the role of the finance director, that is one option. It's not sustainable because I do need sleep. Sorry, Mark. But I am concerned about finding a finance manager. So, I mean, it might be, I'm going to be doing it anyway. And there are some other areas that we could look into as well, depending on how things, certain situations fall out. But, I think there are certain areas that we can cut. But well, I mean, I'm not prepared to do them tonight.
Yeah, no, I totally get that.
But
Yeah, and I'm not trying to make you
And I
formulate
understand-
it on your feet.
and the understanding about Woodside Fire.
Yeah,
Just, one element that always seems to be getting overlooked is if Woodside Fire wasn't doing it, somebody else would be doing it and we would still be paying them to do it.
okay.
So these are our responsibilities
Yeah.
for the town. It's our right of way.
Mhm.
So it's not Woodside Fire's responsibility to maintain our right of way.
Mhm.
But we could probably still go back to Woodside Fire and say, we can give them the same arguments, but.
See if there's flexibility in some respects on that. And just because it's getting late, Craig, is this the comment period? So you want to hear the discussion?
This is discussion.
Discussion, okay. So, from where I'm coming from, we're in bad shape. We want to be fiscally responsible. I think Tony and team have done a lot of work to get things understood, moved forward. And I think our role in approving the budget tonight, because I do think we need to, doesn't mean that we don't continually look at areas where we can save. And I think we should do that, not necessarily waiting 6 months if there's opportunities that come up while staff and others are looking at the more obvious sources of potential savings. So I don't look at it as we can't do that and we're locked in for 6 months myself. There's a limit to how efficient it is to keep looking at it, but maybe toward the fall onward, we can look at if anything else has come up, we'll know more about the VLF, for example, and might have some comfort around that. We might have some additional buffer there anyway, depending on what happens in Sacramento. So I'm pretty comfortable generally with this budget myself. I do want to caution it because it's part of your presentation, and I made the comment earlier, talking about community priorities to me isn't the right thing to do when we're talking about our budget. If you're talking about 1% response rate on a non-scientific and non-statistically significant poll, if it becomes statistically significant, or if you want to disclose what that actually represents, I think that's fine. But as we go into a trust building exercise with the public, as we move forward to the ballot measure and onward, we better be really firm on what we're saying and our basis for saying it. And I don't think we can be saying that those are anything other than choices that people can weigh in on. Like, that's the way I would phrase it, because we do have a lot of trust building to do. Any footfall from here on in is going to have significant repercussions that we don't need to undertake, because you and your team have done so much over the last few years to set up as well as we can within the constraints of the auditor's backlog, et cetera. So I just urge us all to be cautious about that. But I do thank you so much for presenting and answering the questions and exploring. And I do want you to get sleep. So I don't want you to feel any burden other than just to have considered the question, and we will all move on from my perspective. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Thank you again. I'm continually impressed with the quality that's coming out of your department. And I think your new promotion is excellent. It's obviously not sustainable for you to be doing what's essentially now, I think, 3 jobs. So I do have the recommendation that the staff sit down and really think about what can be offloaded off your plate and performed by either some of the analysts that we have on staff, or as we think about needing more help in the public works department, something in there for project management. So, so that some of these projects that we have, the list of the capital projects, for example, have, someone else that's not you dealing with them. And I think that would help tremendously. It would also give you more time to fill the finance manager position, because some of the jobs that are also on your plate would be taken off. For the grant, for the PCE grant, and again, the library grant would be also part of it. I really want to make sure that that goes towards battery backup for the town center and not towards new light fixtures. So I just want to put that out there. The main thing is we do need to approve the budget today. Of course, we want a balanced budget, of course, and we want full staffing so that our staff are not, run off their feet and not getting sleep. Of course, we want to be able to pay our staff, adequately so that they feel respected and appreciated. And we are not able to do that because we do not generate enough revenue in this town, because we are essentially a bedroom community with very little commercial. And I think the people in town have got to understand that and recognize that. And right this minute, our staff is bootstrapping and doing an incredible amount of stuff. If anything, we could just look at the last 3 or 4 town council meetings that have been packed solid with so many things that the staff on such a limited amount of people are doing. And I actually think that, I mean, one, we have a reserve for this kind of purpose of kind of helping us get through. But second of all, I think by ending up with a deficit right now, that is one of the best indicators to the town that we have a very serious problem that has to be solved in November with a revenue enhancement measure. So, you know, I think it's pie in the sky to think that we can balance a budget on the backs of our staff or by, you know, not trimming the trees for our evacuation right of way. You know, right as we're going into, we just heard PG&E talk about how we are in a very high risk area for wildfires, that PG&E is so concerned that they're going to be popping off our electricity the minute it blows wind more than 5 miles an hour. So, you know, cutting at that point for that, I don't think is a good idea. So my point is that, you know, it is what it is. We don't have the money. If someone would like to give us $500,000, you know, donation, we'll be happy to take it and we'll have a balanced budget at that point. But I think we do. I think Tony's already shown that he's working very hard to control costs, that we're going to, even with the passing a balanced budget with the 700,000 deficit, we're going to continue for the next 6 months working to find where we can save. And I think we're going to continue to do that. So that's where I'm at with this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary.
We've had this discussion before and we're limping along. Whole council has been committed to having a balanced budget, by the way. This is what we tried to do. We've tried it various different ways. And we're trying to solve problems that are not soluble, actually, unless we go ahead and do something that generates more revenue. So, and we do have to get this budget done, and I'm for going ahead with the budget because it has to be done. That's as simple as that. I was probably the person who was strongest in the beginning of trying to get this to be a balanced budget. And we put it out there, I think, 2 years ago. We succeeded in thinking we were going to have a balanced budget and it just doesn't work. So we just slide back into where we are because we're being honest with what our expenses are. So anyway, good work. Thank you. Keep it up.
Thank you, Mary. Helen?
So, you know, thank you for bringing it forward, right? It's always good to consider other options. If you can send the comment too, I do better visually than auditorily. So I would appreciate sending it just for future reference. I think at this point, because of, you know, we've got to be able to pay staff. And so we have to pass it. You know, and our number one reason to have government is to try to keep people safe. And so we need to spend the money on Woodside Fire and our right of way. But you know, it does annoy me. And if you guys are listening, Kim, you know, like, you know, they get 17 cents for every dollar in taxes that we pay, and we get 5 cents. Right? Because usually most cities have other commercial opportunities for taxation and we don't. We get property taxes that are locked in under Prop 13. So, and that was, you know, and that happens with special districts and it's super frustrating. Thanks to Tony for wearing multiple hats. We want you to get sleep. And thank you for what you've done. I will vote yes on this budget. So thank you for you know, what you are doing.
Thank you, Helen. So I echo my colleagues. Thank you, Tony, for putting this together. I would not be in favor of having you continue doing both jobs. I mean, I appreciate you've been doing it. I'm, you know, thank you for your service, but this is not sustainable. And I don't think not having an assistant town manager is sustainable. So having you drop back to just being the finance director, I don't think that works either. I mean, we need a functioning town. And you've been doing a great job at both, but I can see when I meet with you, you're getting more and more tired. So, I mean, anything we can do to help you But please don't take hiring off the table. I don't think that makes sense. On the Woodside Fire, I mean, are we down to just right away maintenance at this point? Is that, there are other things? Because I know for a while there's some.
It's vegetation management, the chipper program, and education is part of their budget.
Right. And the education we have, I mean, that's like a contract we have. So, I mean, that's something we have to pay for at least for a while. At some point, we could decide to stop paying for that.
Right, but we have to negotiate that with the contract.
Right. So I think that's something that we should potentially look at. And the other question that the citizens need to decide is, chipping is something we're doing for the public, not a requirement of the town.
Mhm.
Unlike the right of ways, those are our responsibilities.
Right.
So, I mean, that's another thing that we could drop.
Right.
But I see that as an important service. And we said that, and we've seen it over and over again, that, wildfire preparedness is an important thing. So I'm hard pressed to drop that, even though I think technically it's a
And they
public
did
money
drop
going to,
here. I mean, it went from 47, I think, to 35. So-
right. I know, yeah, we've kind of reduced it. So I think we've been working with Woodside. I think the education is for me, the last one that's sort of hanging out there that feels like they could cover with their budget. The IT, the 30K, I'm completely in favor of. I've been sort of trying to rally the troops. I mean, we need reasonable IT here because we're all paying that cost. The public pays it every time we can't do stuff in the room. Every time we have issues at town hall, we pay for it. So I think that's money spent. The one area I would ask you to look at, I'm not asking to change the budget tonight. I was a little worried the accumulated training costs. I mean, they do add up and there's, I don't know, 50 or 60K in there.
Mhm.
Given the issues that we have right now, that one feels, I believe in staff training. I think it's important. I guess I would hope that staff for the first half of this year would go light on that budget.
Yeah.
So I'm not asking for a change in it, but I think that's the one area that the department heads could consider, just trying to stay light until we
Right.
get through to the mid-year budget.
But just as a reminder, when we balanced the budget in 24-25, development was not cut.
Yeah, no, I understand, but we also had a balanced budget then, and now we have a deficit, so it's a slightly different. So, anyway, that's a request I'm making,
Okay.
and I think I'm making it mostly of the assistant town manager who has some influence. But other than that, thank you. I really do.
Reinstitute is not in the budget.
Hmm?
I'll reinstitute is not in the budget. That was the mantra in 24-25. It's not in the budget.
There you go. Yeah, perfect. So, well, this is in the budget, but I'm saying go light on it for.
We'll monitor. We'll look at if things can be deferred to the second half.
Exactly.
We'll do all that. Yeah.
That's the request.
Yeah.
Great, perfect. So, other than that, yeah, I'm in favor of this budget as well. I appreciate you putting it together.
And also, I just wanted to add the Interwest contract will be for project management and public works assistance, specifically. So.
Okay, so with that, let me get back to my agenda here. So we need a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital project budget.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, I think I have a motion by
Second.
Helen, second
Second.
by Rebecca. All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you, Tony. All right, closing 8A, moving to the very exciting topic of resolution to establish the GAN appropriation limits for 2026, 2027. Tony, this is yours as well.
Yes, and I do not have a PowerPoint. This is administrative. We have to adopt it every
Right.
year.
Thank you, Sarah. Good night.
The taking last year's limit and using factors of the increase in CPI and the change of population of the county.
Yep.
So that's the number that came out with the calculation. So we need a resolution to pass.
Yeah. And like I said, there was just a typo in the packet on the 0.3 versus
Yeah,
0.0.
it wouldn't.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured it was probably a rounding error, but just so, everybody knows and we can just fix that. So are there any questions on the GAN limit? I mean, this is really very much a, turn the crank, come up with a number. So any Kent? Okay, so any comments from the public in the room? Mark, are you good on the GAN limit? Perfect. Thank you, sir. Well, listen, you got to respect somebody who's hanging in here until 11:30. All right. Is there anyone online that would like to comment on the GAN limit? Christy, go ahead. Christy, you're muted. There you go.
Explain what you were referring to.
The GAN limit that's in the packet. There's a full staff report on it.
I want to hear what the description is for the public.
Okay, so the reason we publish a packet, Christy, is so the public can read it. So I appreciate your comment. You would like maybe more information, but I think if you read the packet, it describes it in detail.
I would like you to describe it now for the public.
Thank you. That I hear your comment. So with that, yeah, no, she can comment. So that's her comment. She would like more commentary, but I believe we've got it in the packet and it's well documented. So with that, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Is there any additional discussion the council would like to have on this?
Tony, do you have a 2-sentence description of the GAN limit? We are here to be visible to the public, and asking them to read 1,000 pages to keep up with us is simply unfair.
Right. But reading staff reports, if you're interested in it, I mean, it does clear.
This is my request of.
Yeah, that's
Tony.
fine. I'm good with that. I can even read the background for you if you like.
So the GAN limit resolution is required by state law. It sets the appropriation limit. So it sets how much tax revenue we can generate, and then how much we can spend against the tax revenue. And for as long as our appropriations subject to the limit are below the appropriations limit, we are in compliance with the GAN limit.
And that is the case.
That is the case.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion within the council? All right, well, with that, I would look for a motion to approve a resolution to establish the fiscal 26-27 appropriation limit.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you, Tony. All right, so with that, we move on to 8C.
Yes, hi, Darcy Smith, Town Manager. I'll just make a brief oral presentation. So this is an item that is a consideration to authorize and provide direction to the mayor to complete the ballot. It's for the West Ridge Architectural Supervising Committee 2026 reinstatement of the protective restrictions, conditions, covenants, and agreements for the West Ridge area, otherwise known as restrictions or CCNRs. And this is before you because the town owns a piece of property in this restrictive area on Escobar Road. I want to point out it is unique property in that it's considered steep. I've heard it's unbuildable, but I guess with enough money, you can build on anything. And it was dedicated to the town with the subdivision in the early 70s. It appears to be dedicated as open space, but we'd have to do more research on that. So this ballot was sent to us. It is due July 2nd, and the council may consider either voting yes to adopt it, no to adopt it, or just abstain. The staff report highlights what the changes were, because this is essentially the first major update since 2008. As you can infer from the name, it applies to land use, so it has a comprehensive set of land use restrictions. Important to the town is that it does impose new fire safety obligations, which include vegetation management requirements, removal of certain plants like poison oak, and other requirements. There's also an increase in the assessment. It's not maybe not significant, but it would go up a little bit. And so the town's in maybe a unique position here, but I just want to emphasize that the town has no regulatory authority here. So you may have a lot of concerns about the content here. You may also question the legal authority. So I want to tell you, we did not review these for any legal concerns at all. They are, again, private property restrictions. So the town's council's in a little bit of unusual boat here. And staff does not make a recommendation. We can certainly give you our input if you want it. But with that, I'll turn over to the council for discussion.
Okay, are there questions for Darcy? I have questions. Who would like to start?
No, you go, Mary.
Well, I just occurred to me, have we ever voted on this before as the do you have any way of finding that out? I suspect we never have.
We could not find any
Yeah.
record.
Question for Darcy. No, I think I got it. Thank you.
And Mary?
And I am, I abstain. That's what I do, right?
Or
I'm
recused?
abstain.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
understand
vote.
that you decided to recuse on this item, given that you reside in the.
So I'm not even allowed to say what I think about this.
Correct. If you're recused, then
Okay,
you'd
I
need
do
to.
have a thought about what I think. Anybody want to know what I think? I just thought of it. Okay, I'm not telling you.
I would suggest,
Don't go there.
yeah. And we can hopefully call you back soon when this item is. Thank you, Mary.
You got a bite too, don't you? You get enough jacket? Yeah.
Well, there's still one. Yeah.
Right, but yeah.
So,
Warm enough is the question. Okay.
so I'm just trying to think if we take a position on this at all. It probably creates precedent. So we are now opining and buying into, in a way, the fact that this is all appropriate. And I'm just wondering, like, there's overlapping jurisdiction on these properties, right? WASC on the one hand, and then the town has broader powers, not regulatory within WASC, so if we take a position, but later we develop some rules that impact WASC, could that put us in a compromised position? I'm not sure what this is, but I do worry that there could be, a fire regulation that we want to adopt that's somehow at odds with whatever they're doing here. Just one random example. So I don't know if you've thought that through. If so, what was, your framework for looking at that?
So the council is sitting in an interesting spot here. This is not unprecedented in terms of other, local governments have property in areas where they, vote on CCNRs and that kind of thing. But this is quite a comprehensive, restatement of all of their rules. And so, the council is sitting in a seat as a property owner here, but the council obviously acts as a regulatory body as well. And so, it is difficult to separate those two roles. I would say, I can't really say that there necessarily would be a precedent by how you vote on this matter, but I think that's worth considering, those two roles. And the precedent said, basically, what would happen in the future in terms of the implementation.
Thank you.
CNRs.
That's all.
Did you have a comment?
I
Or not a
did.
comment, sorry, this is a question.
Yeah, no, can I get clarification on, the I was looking for it. I thought I highlighted it, but I can't find it right now. The HOA versus, they call themselves now, here it is, an unincorporated association of property owners, like, what's the
So they're not an HOA. They have covenants between each other rather than to an association.
Okay, so legally, right?
And they were never an HOA. And they could never, at this point, they could never be an HOA.
Okay. Okay, and it's grounding the committee's authority in equitable servitudes created by the original 1947 deed. Okay, that's what it says. Okay, and we have no authority over their CCRs, right? Just to be
Correct.
clear. Okay. Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca?
So it's an unincorporated association of property owners with covenants between the properties itself. So they're kind of self-agreeing to adhere to these particular rules. Legally, however, do the individual properties have to comply with state law if it's in conflict with what's in these CCRs?
Generally speaking, yes. But in some respects, the CCNRs can override certain aspects of state law. And so this actually was an issue with the accessory dwelling unit law, where HOAs were basically overriding members' abilities to develop ADUs. And the state legislature actually changed the ADU law to prohibit that. So that even if the HOA prohibits the ADU, the property owner can still develop one. That is not the case with SB 9 units, as I understand it, however. So in the context of SB 9 units, the HOA can prohibit or
split.
And my understanding.
This isn't an
West-
HOA.
Right. My understanding is
Right.
Westridge doesn't think that the ADU applies because they're not an HOA. They have these covenants. Do you know whether the
Well,
ADU?
these, and again, we did not do a comprehensive legal
No, I
review of
understand. I
this,
just-
but the restated CCNRs do address ADUs and permit them with the conditions included in
But
the
I'm saying
restatement.
they believe they can create ADU rules rather than have the state apply ADU rules to them, is my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Well, I mean, yeah, the CCRs say that they can specify, it's a discretionary decision on the part of their committee about, I mean, you can have an ADU, but it has to go through their discretionary process. They focus on site and design, which is not allowed in the law. So I'm unclear about whether this overrides or not, but regardless, the reality, most of the CCRs don't apply to this lot because it's essentially not buildable. So we wouldn't be going through the process because we're not necessarily going to be building on the lot, but I guess those are my questions. I'm starting to get into discussion here. Sorry.
yeah, thank you. So my question is, what would it take for us to abandon this lot? Because my concern here is fire liability. Yeah.
So I can provide a pretty high level answer to that question. I think that's really a separate conversation, but jurisdictions can sell or abandon property, but there is generally a process. The town needs to be compliant with the Surplus Lands Act. Unless an exception applies, and we could do an analysis whether there are any exceptions that would apply here. If not, then there's a process where the town would need to offer the parcel to a number of public entities and affordable housing developers before it can then go and actually sell the property. There may be other avenues. that we need to research a little bit more, what kind of covenants. My understanding is there's some sort of open space easement or some sort of easement perhaps on this property parcel. And so we would want to research that as well to see what kind of restrictions might apply there. But yeah, Surplus Lands Act would, be the biggest thing that we would need to address in terms of.
Right. And just so assume we went through this process, nobody wants to buy it. We put it up for sale, nobody wants to buy it. I'm trying to understand, can you truly abandon it given we're sort of the public entity that this land exists in? Because it seems like this weird thing that we have land, we're a property owner, but now we're getting restrictions put on our property, not as a property owner, but as the jurisdiction underneath that owns all land that's not covered otherwise. So that was the level I was trying to get at in this question is, and I'm fine for us to do more research.
Yeah, and
I don't think we need to answer it all
do more
tonight.
research there. I mean, if we're a private property owner, we would just stop paying taxes and ultimately there would be some tax sale and we would get rid of the property that way.
Right.
But I don't believe we're taxed on this property. And so that would not be an avenue. So we would have to do some more research on that question.
All right, thank
Can
you.
I actually ask, are we doing any fire mitigation on this property?
I'm checking with Woodside Fire, but they didn't give me an answer. But they are, as we recently reviewed, they are responsible for fire mitigation on town properties, town right of ways. But I have reviewed this property. I've surveyed it, and it is very thick. So I suspect they will charge us an additional cost to clean.
Goats.
Yeah, it might be too thick for goats.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that the Woodside Fire is not the ones who are creating the cleanup requirements. It's basically this unaffiliated association, whatever the guys call these guys, right? I mean, that's my concern is that they are putting restrictions on the town that we don't really have a say on a piece of property that's unbuildable. So it has no value to the town unless the open space committee were to come back and say, we think this is highly valuable open space. But assuming that that's not the case, then it's a pretty odd situation. But we're starting to get into discussion. I think you answered my question. Thank you. Okay, so there's nobody left in the schoolhouse, so let's get that. And there are 2 participants online. So I'm opening up public comments. So I don't see any hands up. All right, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. So I think the issue before us is, do we want to authorize me as somebody to vote, and then are we authorizing me to vote for it, against it, or abstain?
I'd make a motion to abstain.
I'll second that. I don't think we should weigh in at this point.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
I agree. I don't want to be on record taking a position. We don't have enough property there to make any difference to the vote. So I don't think if we protest for whatever reason, I don't even know what I would say, but we'd be outnumbered. And your point about the liability and the costs that we might incur, we should look into that in the future. It might be too much of a burden for staff in the short run, but those are valid points from my perspective to be thinking about going forward.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second.
But you asked if are we letting you be the signatory on the vote, which would be a vote to abstain? Is that, or what?
There's only yes and no. We just need, if you take action to abstain, I'll communicate back to them that we're not voting.
So no vote. Great, perfect. Okay, so I have a motion, I have a second. I think the discussion's done. So all in favor of the motion, which is to basically not vote.
Aye.
Aye. All right, great.
Mary,
Thank you.
We get Mary back
Yeah,
in.
can somebody go grab Mary and then let's wrap this up.
A leak?
Who's our public works? We have a public works volunteer. No, it's not about raining. It is, there is a broken pipe out there.
water
out there. Who's he?
Justin.
We don't need, I mean, I think somebody should come to turn the water off.
shut it off? I'll go look.
Yeah, I think that's,
We can go
so,
look. I can
Mary,
call the public works.
Mary, sit down. We're trying to finish the council meeting. You got it.
It's not-
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's great. So we got somebody on it. So, all right. So Mary's back from recusing herself. So we're moving on to item 9, which is subcommittee liaison and regional reports. Are there any, in addition to the ones that were listed here, are there any oral reports?
Yeah.
Okay, Judith?
So I went to the ABAG meeting in San Francisco, lovely offices. The cycle is starting next year. They are, I will be posting a more detailed report for the next meeting in writing, which will in turn include some excerpts of the PowerPoint that they presented and links. So, because it's pretty dense material and people ought to take time to absorb it.
And just to clarify, this is the RENA cycle that started.
Arena 8-year cycle starts in 2027. There will be changes that some of the very high level, I'm not prepared to get into it, but they're going to be including these new extremely low income levels, and there's going to be more levels that are required. They will, in most likelihood, numbers per jurisdiction will go up. Now, they didn't say fourfold like last time, but they will go up. There is a new statutory ability or requirement to consider wildfire and certain other, like there's a laundry list of considerations that can go toward, the siting, but it doesn't really give you relief from the numbers. So we all got to look at that and think about what exactly will do those changes permit or not permit, because it sounds great on the one hand, they've encoded what people have been already referencing as wildfire risks, but I'm not sure how legally it's operational. So we all ought to look at that. They are trying to get the number allocations reported out earlier, because I guess one of the last cycle challenges was people didn't know what their final number was before they already had to be like producing quite a lot of work products. So they're trying to get that number out earlier. Whether they're successful or not, I don't know. It did seem like people in the audience really were asking questions, having learned what this cycle was like to manage. And, I do think there's been a learning curve that will hopefully be incorporated into the process for this cycle. But I do, I don't want people to get worked up yet. This is more of a notice to check out the reports and keep current on the timelines for sure, and the inflection points where data is going to be coming out, and we can make our case with the different bodies that weigh in on the allocation. So we really ought to be vigilant early in the cycle is my main point, and that means getting our bearings on it over the next year so we're ready when it starts to execute. Because if you just sit by and observe, my impression is going to be it's going to be a very reactive process.
Yep.
And there might be a window to get a little bit more proactive, or at least understand these changes earlier rather than later. So I'll submit that separately. It was just too detailed to do it for this meeting.
Well, thank you. We'll look forward to your update. Any other oral?
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple
Ellen?
things. West Bay Sanitary District, had their meeting tonight concurrently. They had repealed the 5-year retroactive billing to 3 years of retroactive billing. My boss, Josh Becker and Diane Pappen now submitted a letter of concern. And there is a threat of a class action lawsuit to deal with these retroactive billing situations with the ADUs, from a man who lives in Atherton. So I'll try to keep you guys updated on that. Letting you know how the Howard Jarvis ballot measure has not, so there is a piece of legislation, I think it's 763, that was proposed that would cap transfer taxes at 1.5%. LA is, I can't remember, it's bigger than that. So the Howard Jarvis, they were hoping that Howard Jarvis would pull their ballot measure off of the ballot. Howard Jarvis has until tomorrow to pull it off. At this point, they have not pulled it off. The realtors also are now up in arms about transfer taxes, and they're coming after the situation. So letting you guys know about that. E-bikes, there are still 9 pieces of e-bike legislation floating around, and we'll see what ends up. If you want a matrix, I can send you a really good matrix, but definitely lots of concern over e-bikes. Commute.org, it's such a great little board and organization up there that no one knows about. So I'm talking, an Office of Sustainability for the San Mateo County is now looking at working with, they just hired a transportation program manager and so they're looking at transportation in San Mateo County to try to manage and make it and reduce greenhouse gases for transportation. So those are my report outs.
Thank you. All right, I'll open up agenda item number 9 to public comment. Don't see anybody in the room. I don't see any hands online. So I will close public comment for agenda item number 9 and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Good night.